Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon once again, everyone out there on the internet. Today, lovely to see you. How you doing? Hope you're keeping well. We're back again for another exciting live stream, third one this week, and I'm joined quite royally by the king of Trivs What the Dub and Riff Track streams himself, the Lord of the Manor, that is Kurt. Kurt, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Dan. How are you?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. Christmas has come in. Everybody's very, very busy. Bit of a
hmm
sort of mad dash to get back in time for today's show. But yeah, other than that, we're just getting stuff sorted. How about yourself?
Uh, you know, just trying to beat the seasonal holiday depression and doing a pretty good job at it.
Fantastic.
Trying to stay
Fantastic.
positive in light of recent political news here in the United States.
Oh yeah, yeah. You had that thing. The thing with
Yeah,
the boxes.
we have the thing we have every 4 years that always disappoints, it seems.
Womp womp. Well, the bad news is you didn't win the sports car, but the good news is you get to join me today as I take a deep dive into all things audiophonic. Bit of a departure, really, from previous streams because we're going to go through my record collection. Um,
Yeah.
so I've had a few people over the years ask me to sort of take a deep dive into my vault. And you know what? Now's the best time as ever because they're all in boxes before they've been organised or sorted into anything. I am going to put this out there up front. Please do manage your expectations. Um, so I should probably explain my vinyl habits. Um, Basically, I collect one of three different kinds of records. The first are sort of genuine bangers, the sort of albums everybody's heard of, the stuff that I just really enjoy the sound of, some fantastic music that I really really enjoy. The second is stuff that's maybe a little deeper cut, a bit more obscure. It wouldn't necessarily be to everyone's taste, but there's at least a few tracks on there that I like. And the third, which is probably the one that will raise the most eyebrows, is random obscure shite that no one in their right mind would listen to. But when I was going through dollar store bins in the record shops, I would find the funkiest of covers and would just go, I need that. And then I would take it home and listen to it, and it would somehow find its way into my record collection. Um, so I'm going to say be prepared for some very strange choices, but I hope you'll all understand where I'm coming from. Um, Now, Kurt, I know you're a bit of an audiophile yourself. What sort of music are you into?
Classic progressive rock, 70s punk rock like the Ramones and the Clash. Modern
Decent.
progressive metal like Coheed and Cambria, some modern metal like Ghost, some modern indie rock like Florence and the Machines in the 1975, classic
Fantastic.
80s new wave, classic 70s new wave,
Oh,
grunge, classic rock, British invasion music like the Beatles and the Stones.
stunning.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a pretty decent, well-rounded. I think we have a kind of some similar overlap areas here. I'm not going to say that we're a one for one based on based on what I've got, but we'll go through a few pieces and we'll see what's going on. So yeah, I suppose starting off, I've got three buckets to pick from, and since you are very graciously giving me some time this afternoon to pop in, I think I'll let you choose which bin we go for. So there's bin one, bin two, or bin three.
Let's go with two.
Bin two. Okay, so bin two is the one that is directly in front of me. I'm going to get to that one. And kicking things off, there is at least one sort of main classic in here. We start off probably with the most upbeat British pop band to ever grace the charts, and it's the Smiths with Meter's Murder.
Did I ever mention that I cried? Is it sad to be glad all the time?
Now I should say this.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. You know what?
oh,
The lads are great. It's just a shame about that one. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, otherwise, it's a classic album. There's some really good hits on there. It's One of the stories that always makes me
Yeah.
laugh about the production of the Smiths was the band used to basically just wait for Morrissey to go home, and then they'd do the rest of the work. He'd like sort of turn up and do a few bits, and then he'd always want to leave early, and the band wanted to kind of stay late and do booze and stuff, and they'd just send Morrissey home and actually like do the albums when he wasn't there, which I think is great, honestly. To that end as well,
See,
I do.
James says, by coincidence, I am wearing a Beatles Yellow Submarine shirt. It's a t-shirt with long sleeves. That's awesome.
Nice. Well, funnily enough,
I
there will be.
love Yellow Submarine.
Oh yeah, no, same. I think it's one of the more whimsical numbers from the Beatles back catalogue. That kind of mid to late '60s period, I think, is where I kind of bed in quite from about Rubber Soul up to Magical Mystery Tour. That's kind of where I kind of like to lay my hat. On a similar note, just following the trend, I also have the first Smiths album on vinyl as well.
Oh, nice.
Again, not my favourite of them. I personally sort of am a bit of a trendy guy. I like Queen is Dead and Meat is Murder personally, but the first album does have some pretty good hits. I like Strange Ways.
Meat is Murder's a pretty solid album.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, you Americans, you got lucky because you got a bonus track on yours that the British people didn't get. I can't remember what. Yeah, it was. I think it was. Was it How Soon Is Now? I think it was How Soon Is Now.
Oh, I think
on. Yeah. You get that on the US release, but we didn't. It was a single over here. So.
Yeah, I've never listened to the album, but I love the movie. The shirt I'm wearing is more based on the movie, as it has cartoon Beatles on the back.
Oh, nice! Did you see the
movie? Oh, that movie.
Yeah. Did you see the Tim Burton rough demo, the remake for that film?
I did not.
So there was a plan in the mid-2000s, around the time he was doing Alice in Wonderland, for Tim Burton to do a 3D fully CGI remake of Yellow Submarine.
Of course.
Yeah. And I believe a clip of it leaked onto YouTube, just as like a kind of prototype of it. It looks terrifying. They basically
par for the course with Tim Burton.
Oh yeah, well they took that wonderfully psychedelic, charming animation, and it looks like their Alice in Wonderland animation. John Lennon looks terrifying, just genuinely shocking.
And then Yoko Ono appears out of the blue.
Oh yes. Next up, a British band from Birmingham, one of my favourites. It's Slade with Slade. Hang on a minute. What's going on here? For some reason, my camera has decided to turn off. Let me just see if I can fix that.
All right, it's time for me to vamp. Vamp.
Technical difficulties. Transylvania.
Oh, by the way, also, contrary to popular belief, I am not Trivial Theater. Triv is not hosting today.
No. Unfortunately, what has happened is Kurt has, through some legal loophole, managed to seize all of Triv's assets, including the theatre. So it's a bit like what happened in the Capitol a few years ago in January, only instead of it being, all that other stuff, it was just me and Kurt taking over the theatre. So we're going to get some deep cuts rolling.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Liam.
Oh, yes, hello, Liam. Hello, James. Hope you're all keeping well. But yeah, Slade by Slade. It's not the best quality vinyl. I got it for £1. It was in a charity shop.
Yeah.
And it looked like somebody had used it to rest their cup of tea on for a few years. Which, in fairness, in Birmingham, that would probably not be uncommon. But there's some really good tracks on there, and it leads into Slade in Flame, which is a fantastic movie if you ever get the chance to check that one out.
I do have a funny anecdote to Slade.
Oh, yeah.
One time the first time I went to go see the band Ghost was in Fort Wayne at the Embassy Theater, and after the show, they would stand outside by their bus and sign like whatever memorabilia you had.
Okay.
And Chris Catalyst, who is this British man, I don't know what part of the UK he's from, but I came up to him and he signed my ticket stub, and I had really long sideburns at the time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
He said, "Holy shit, it's Naughty Holder."
Nice.
And then my best friend who was with me at the time never lets me live that down, because every damn time he sees me with like my long ass sideburns, hey, look, it's Naughty Holder.
In fairness, it's quite a look. He's maintained it well. I mean, nowadays he's got a shorter haircut, but he keeps the sideburns going strong. I think he's retired now,
Nice. So let's
It'd
see
be
who we
any.
got. We got Kieran. Kieran. Hi, Kieran.
Hello, hello. Welcome,
And
welcome.
Banor216.
Oh, Banner, nice to see you again. Hope you're keeping well.
And yes, James, the toilet survived.
It did indeed.
Let's see, Liam. I have a copy of Slade and Flame downloaded from YouTube. I saw it out based off of your review and probably see it on screen in James' server at some point.
Nice, nice. Yeah, it's a rock solid film. I'm very surprised it hasn't had a proper Blu-ray release. It did get one, but it was kind of limited edition. It's a really solid, like rockography, biography, rockumentary. It's good. It's kind of like a
I like the
faux.
term rockumentary.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a rockumentary, but they are they're playing themselves rather than being themselves. It's a strange film, but very enjoyable. Great soundtrack. Um, the next one, I'm probably going to lose some cred for this, but I don't care. I like to feel like a natural woman sometimes. It's Sheena Easton with "Take My Time."
Oh.
It has both her hits. It doesn't have "For Your Eyes Only" though, unfortunately.
Oh.
I know, but it does have "My Baby Takes the Morning Train," which
featured 2 times on Seinfeld.
yeah. So I can pretend to be George Costanza any time I like, in high fidelity, nonetheless. So next up, we've got a cluster because some of these are alphabetically listed. So I'll whiz through these fairly quickly. So I have Scott by Scott Walker. Love Scott Walker. I think he's a very interesting singer. R.I.P. But yes, I love his stuff. It's very kind of ballady. Scott 2, again, very ballady singer, but very nice, well-rounded songs. I think my favourite is coming up. So this is Scott 3. That was one of the last records that I picked up. I couldn't find a copy of it anywhere. I used to go down to Manchester to Piccadilly Records to try and find copies of it, and they just never had Scott 3. They had all the others, but never Scott 3. So I think I ended up discogging that one just because I couldn't get it anywhere. And my personal favourite would be Scott 4.
Which Liam just said he listened to that last night.
Fantastic. Yeah,
I
personal
love
favourite.
Climate of Hunter.
Oh, I love Climate of Hunter. If you ever get the chance, look up the Night Flights by the Walker Brothers. They reunited in between Scott 4 and Climate of Hunter, and did like an album together, and there's some absolutely banging tracks on there. Really top album. But Scott 4 is he had full control over the studio. He could do whatever he wanted, so he made his own album exactly how he wanted it, and it sounds phenomenal. A lot of the tracks from Scott 4 are used in Bronson, I believe. It is, again, just a really great album, really solid, and it's a very sexy gatefold as well.
I love a good gatefold.
Oh, absolutely, highly recommended. Slightly to a lesser extent, but nonetheless, I've been looking for a cheap Walker Brothers compilation for a while, and I got this one from a charity shop again. It was released in, I think, 67, 68, I want to say. It just puts together all of the best tracks that they did. It's probably the best one that I've seen, because like all the others usually miss one or two of the hits, but this one's a double vinyl. If anything, it overshares. There's a little too many quote greatest hits on there, but it covers all the ones you'd want. So yeah, it's solid. I'd really love to get Scott Walker between the 60s and the 80s and the 70s kind of fell out of the studio system a bit, and he ended up doing a lot of albums for just the cash. And they've never been reissued, and it was written into his will that they would never be reissued because it was basically like Scott Walker sings show tunes, Scott Walker goes to the musicals, and it kind of very strongly plays against this kind of moody character that he'd built up over the years to see him doing Ooby Doo from the Jungle Book. So
let's see. Liam says, yeah, Night Flights is very good, but very, very top-loaded since Scott's songs start the album.
Yeah,
I'm mostly familiar with Night Flights and Climate of Hunter. He says, I love how Scott Walker slowly evolved from folky crooner to scary old man making industrial music, kind of like Tom Waits.
Oh, fantastic! He is, yeah,
Funnily
absolutely.
enough, I was listening to some of the early Tom Waits albums last night also. Oh, good
Nice.
choice, man. Tom Waits is awesome.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Never has a man gargled asphalt in quite the same way. um, my t- Before I bin off my Scott Walker, I have two more fun facts to mention. One will probably appeal to Liam, is that he fully produced the Pulp album Wheel of Life, which was their last album. And there's a song called The Trees that has like a swishing sound in the background. And during the recording for it, Scott stopped Jarvis Cocker whilst he was singing and basically said, "Something's not right, something's not right." And he basically grabbed an audio recorder, ran out of the studio into a park that was near the recording studio, and snapped some branches off the trees and started swinging them around and recording them. And then he added that into the mix, and you can hear like the swish of trees moving in the breeze. Just imagine a frantic elderly Scott Walker running around a park swinging these tree branches as hard as he could to try and get the swish right. And the other one
That's
was,
awesome.
oh yeah, yeah, and the other one was that he very nearly made David Bowie cry. Um, so David Bowie was a massive Scott Walker fan and a really big influence on Bowie's kind of vocal style. Um, Absolutely loved him to death. Was the reason he became a rock star, basically. He got into music. And on Bowie's 50th birthday, I think it was, he was doing an interview for BBC Radio, and the host surprised him by playing a birthday message from Scott Walker from his private
Oh
plane.
wow.
Yeah, yeah. Scott Walker basically said to him, my birthday is on the 10th of January, yours is on the 8th. So I like to think that on this one day, where it was the day after his birthday, on this one day we can kind of share a unity. And there's a clip of it on
Oh.
YouTube. You can look it up, and he basically gets proper choked up, and he's just like that. That's amazing. Can I have a recording of that,
Oh,
please?
my heart.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, absolutely, absolutely. It's really touching, genuinely nice. Um, Big departure from the Walker brothers and Scott Walker. Uh, Russ Abbott loves a party. It's an 80s UK party album. It's got the track Atmosphere, which is a proper like deep fried bleach blonde 80s pop song. The whole album is just the kind of thing that you would imagine playing in a back room somewhere in an 80s kitchen party where you can't see the other side of the room because of the cigarette smoke. Um, it's
It looks like kind of like an album Stephen Toast would make in Toast of London.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, Russ Abbott was a big comedian in the UK in the 70s and 80s. He was like really well renowned, and he tried to launch a music career, which consisted of this album. Um, and then he never worked for the BBC again. So I assume it was a success. Don't worry, there will be better ones as well. Um, so next up, oh, it wouldn't be my own record collection without at least one good compilation from the Big O.
Ooh, Roy.
I such a
I
soft spot
love
for Mr.
Roy.
Robertson. Oh yeah, absolutely. This record came from my dad's collection. Sadly, no longer with us, but I sort of poured through and picked out the ones that I really wanted to keep a hold of, and yeah, it covers all the classics. It's the original recordings for all of them as well, which is really solid. Yeah. So it's really decent. The only problem that I have with it is I always preferred the re-record he did of Drove All Night, and it's the original version of that that's on this compilation. So it's a bit of a shame. But other than that, rock solid album. Really love Roy Orbison to pieces. Fantastic voice, absolutely fantastic voice.
Oh, Roy was one of a kind.
Oh yeah. I mean, have you heard much of his Wilburys stuff?
Oh, I love because I'm a huge Tom Petty fan.
Oh yeah.
So I love the Wilburys because I also love Bob Dylan and Jeff Lynne. I love ELO.
Oh, same.
And
Same.
obviously George Harrison because I'm a huge Beatles fan.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I love the Wilburys. So
Oh, totally. It's such a shame that their records don't pop up in the stores more often, because otherwise I'd have them all. They're just really rock solid musicians. Whilst I'm on that subject, I probably won't get the chance to ask you any other time. So Dylan, pre-electric or post-electric?
Host.
Okay.
I mean, I love his folksy stuff, but
Yeah.
Highway 61 Revisited is probably the best album I've ever heard in my whole life because of just how powerful it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No,
his
agreed.
songwriting is second to none on that one.
Absolutely. I kind of straddled the line between Highway 61 and Blonde on Blonde.
Oh, Blonde on Blonde's another great one too.
Love Blonde on Blonde so much. Um, I'm not going to do a Dylan impression just yet. I'll save that for later.
Everybody hear me, hear me.
Everybody want to get stoned.
Let's see. Liam says, reminds me when King Crimson were recording Fila and Gingy. Robert Fripp forced Adrian Belew to walk around the streets of London and walk with a tape recorder. Oh, yeah. Because he talked into a tape recorder. He was like walking around London talking about this incident he had with like some street toughs.
Oh, yeah.
And that made it into the album on Disciple.
Nice.
That's such a great one, too. Atmosphere didn't know Russ Abbott covered Joy Division.
Now, that album probably would have been a success. I certainly would have bought every copy I could find.
Liam's also a Blood on the Tracks Bob Dylan guy.
Nice.
Blood on the Tracks is a good one. I think I have that one in my collection.
Yeah. I like his latest work, the stuff where he basically turns up on stage and just plays whatever the fuck he wants and then leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's actually the track he's playing or not, the band just play music and he just sings over it and then walks off. It's great.
What's Dylan grilling? I don't know. What's Dylan grilling?
Okay.
Also, Nick wants to know if you're drunk off eggnog.
No nog just yet. I have work tomorrow, but don't get me wrong. After the 19th, I'm going to be noggin it hard. There's going to be all night noggin. Noggin till the sun comes up. I'm going to be one dehydrated.
29 noggy days, then the government takes them away.
That's all right. They'll bring it back, but it'll be made with raw milk next year. So.
Oh.
The next one, I don't know if you'll have heard of this one, Kurt, but it might actually be up your alley. I found this in a record shop in Hull, and I've never seen another copy of it. It's called Rondo Venziano, Venice in Peril, and it's a...
I have not heard of this one.
It's a fascinating album. It's a concept album, and the idea is that it's the future, and the people of Venice have largely become robots, and Venice is now flooding, and they've got to sort of get away from Venice before they all explode and get fried.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's a prog rock classical mashup album. The first half is like classic with a rocky poppy undertone put into it, and the second half is more rocky elements. It's a fascinating album. I really love it. The whole thing is on YouTube, and I recommend you check it out if you do like your proggy stuff. I think you might kind of dig this. It's a bit more classic than prog, but yeah, just the cover alone is just astounding. But yeah, it's interesting. The first side one is fantastic. Side two a little bit less so, but side one is more than worth your time. Of course, I am British, so I have to have a Rolling Stones collection. That just is what it is. I didn't have the shelf space to go and buy all the albums, so I just went for Get Stoned. It literally has every Rolling Stones track you'd want to hear. It's a double vinyl. Another very sexy gatefold.
Oh yeah.
It covers basically everything.
Sexiness that is Ronnie Wood.
Oh yeah. Foie. Tasteful use of a sitar.
Yeah. Brian Jones, everybody.
Oh yes. But it basically covers everything up to the sort of mid-70s, which, it's basically. There's at least one full album just dumped on here, which is the best part. They just basically went, yeah, they're all hits, put them all on. One of the more modern albums in my collection, I also have a copy of Rob Zombie's Hellbilly Deluxe. Oh yeah.
I remember getting that album as a kid.
Real soft spot for it. Again, side one, incredible. Side two, it's still good, but yeah, I only got this one fairly recently. And again, not as sexy, but still quite sexy gatefold.
It's a pretty kind of cool gatefold.
Yeah. I like the little sort of cut and paste sort of fanzine style down here.
Mhm.
I just wish they'd maybe done something a bit more with this. I mean, that's nice, obviously, but
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I have a real soft spot for that album. And it seemed to make its way into every single '90s horror film, so in one format
Oh,
or
yeah.
another. Use the Living Dead Girl in Bride of Chucky is particularly wonderful, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Another British classic, we have Queen's Greatest Hits.
Oh,
Yeah, if you go to any charity shop in England, you will find about 6 copies of this.
you'll also find like 6 copies of it at like, the local Barnes and Noble when they have that vinyl section in the back.
Oh yeah. I don't know why people don't buy it. It's a great album. It's got everything you need, basically. I mean, there's no
Hmm.
deep cuts. You have to go and get Queen's Greatest Hits 2 and 3 for that. And 3 is
Yeah.
basically just anything they couldn't get out the door in 1989, but the point still stands.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's fine enough. The classics keep on coming. We have His Purple Badness himself with
Oh,
a hell of an album. Hell of an album.
iconic album.
Oh yeah, one of the first records I ever actually picked up. I was at university at the time. This was about 15 years ago, maybe about 15 years ago. And we were shooting a film in the Lake District. And if you've never been to the Lake District, it's basically just like, it's almost like, the best way to describe it is a bit like a Pokemon game. It's like there are little clusters of villages with just miles of forest to traverse to get between each of the villages. And one of them had a charity shop with like a vinyl section, and I was just flicking through, and I found this copy of Purple Rain, which is an original issue, and a copy of the Ghostbusters soundtrack, which I sadly don't have anymore because it's split in half when I started playing it.
Oh, Triv's here. Hi, Triv.
Oh, hey, Triv. Hope you're keeping well.
And she told us we had to change the title to my name.
Yes, we do. That was a boob on my part. Unfortunately, I set the broadcast up and forgot to change the name.
I'm the captain now, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention, Triv. Kurt owns the theatre now. We did some legal loopholing, so we're going to be playing all things all the time. And Kurt gets
we're going to serve mayonnaise in the restaurant.
Yes, mayonnaise will be served with every bucket of popcorn, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop us. Again, probably one that might lose me a bit of cred, but you know what? Again, when I just want to feel like a natural woman, I always put on the Pointer Sisters with Breakouts.
Oh, is that the one that's got Neutron Dance on it?
It has. It's got Neutron Dance. It's got Automatic. It's got Jump. It's got I'm So Excited.
Oh.
Yeah. Classic album.
Classic 80s Pointer Sisters.
Yeah. Just, again, banger after banger. It's a solid album. I would have thought that like their hits would have been spread out, but no, it turned out they just did the one really, really good album.
One album, and that's it.
Well, I mean, if you can double it up if you include the Fletch soundtrack, because that was also pretty good. That was done by the Pointer Sisters. So yeah.
Triv says if we put mayonnaise in that restaurant, then our asses are grass.
Oh god. Will like mayonnaise.
It's easy for you because you're across the pond.
Well, that's true.
Like
I mean,
about 12 hours away from me. She could drive here.
Well, would light mayonnaise count? Could we do light mayonnaise? Or maybe like a garlic and herb mayonnaise? We could transition to ranch.
See, Liam says the only records I've acquired from charity shops are Close to You by the Carpenters, Stranger in the City by John Miles. And
don't worry,
or Whenever You Need Somebody by Rick Astley.
There'll be plenty of Carpenters to come. So, yeah. Next one, very disappointing but very good. It's Phil Spector's Christmas album. The reason it's kind of disappointing is... I know, this is what I'm saying. I got one of the lame Reader's Digest reissues. I would have really loved to have had
that first Christmas album that he put out on, ironically enough, on November 22nd, 1963.
Oh, yeah.
Which nothing happened on November 22nd, 1963 at all.
No. It was all quiet. Well, everybody was waiting for the first episode of Doctor Who to come out.
I was going to say, everyone was waiting for Doctor Who.
Yeah. Can you imagine a time before Doctor Who? But yeah, I really need to try and find a copy of the original artwork for it because just look at this thing. I mean, how do you look at the original Phil Spector Christmas album and go, you know what this needs? Ray-Bans.
I could use a gun.
There might be one on the back.
Remember,
No, it's just more
he
Ray-Bans.
pulled a gun. He pulled a gun on the Ramones when they were recording "End of the Century."
Oh yeah, yeah. Ridiculous. It still baffles me that him and John Lennon were really, really good friends.
Yeah. Also,
Um,
Triv says no mayonnaise at all, and she said she could make the trip to my house in 10 hours. But she has my address too.
yeah, she knows where I live as well.
Yeah, but she has to fly to where you are.
That's true, but I believe that she could do it.
Oh, and Liam said hashtag Spectre shot JFK.
Could fully believe that as well. My favorite, my favorite Phil Spector story is around his first meeting with Brian Wilson. I don't know how much you know about this. So Brian, obviously, very sensitive soul, very,
Right.
very in tune with reality. I think it's probably best to describe it. And he absolutely adored Spector. He was basically, again, the big inspiration for creating the Beach Boys sound, and Brian always wanted to meet him, and his manager somehow managed to sort of swing a meeting with Spector, and the first time Brian Wilson went in, Spector basically forced him up against a recording desk, like put his finger right in his face and basically accused him of stealing his bit.
God!
Just full on traumatized the man, and like Brian like ran out of the studio and they never met again, and it was just the most horror. Imagine if you met your hero, like the person who made you who you were today, and he wasn't just an arsehole to you, he basically threatened to kill you.
Sounds like Phil Spector was Suge Knight before Suge Knight.
Oh yeah, just absolutely insane crazy man. Long may he rest in hell. But otherwise he was great.
Liam says that he had some glorious wigs.
Oh yeah. My favorite was the one where he started to dress like the Hair Bear Bunch for a while.
It's so funny when he went to prison. His mugshot is just bald, and like his the outer fringes of his hair is just hanging over his shoulders, and he just looks like a creep.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good day when bad guys go to jail. Do you remember when that used to happen? That was great.
Oh yeah, that was a great time.
The next one I have, I only really own it for one reason. It's Paul Young's debut album. I'm not the world's biggest Paul Young fan, but I am such a sucker for Every Time You Go Away. I heard that for the first time on the Planes Trains soundtrack, and this was £1 in a charity shop. I was like, you know what, I'll pick this up for Every Time You Go Away. I can't say I've listened to it in tunely. I think this has Come Back and Stay as well. Let me just double check. It does not. So yeah, I only really have this for the one track.
For the one song.
just for the one song. I couldn't get the single, so I went with that. You'll probably quite like this one. It's the only one I have, and I really wish I had more, but they're just so goddamn expensive these days. It's Oingo Boingo's debut album, Only a Lad.
That's a good one.
Yeah. All of their albums, whenever I find them, are usually starting in the sort of, it'd be like the $40 to $50 range, and they just go up from there. But I managed to find this for £15, which was about $22.
Oh wow!
And I was like, I'm having that. I don't even care. It's got Only a Lad and Little Girls on it. It's mine. And I've slightly grown a very strong appreciation for Oingo Boingo. I started listening to their stuff in reverse, really. I started with Danny Elfman's soundtrack for Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and then worked backwards. I got into Forbidden Zone, and then I got into Oingo Boingo the band. I really want to try and find some of the Mystic Knights era stuff, but I'm struggling.
Yeah.
A lot of it was kind of just very garage based, but yeah. Love the back
Whenever I
cover
think
as well.
of Paul Young, this is Liam. Whenever I think of Paul Young, I think of the guy who sung for Mike and the Mechanics, who was a different Paul Young.
Maybe they could have a Paul Young off.
Yeah, he also says, I wish I could get some Boingo on vinyl.
I keep trying
My
to
best
look up a
friend just
copy.
picked up Dead Man's Party.
I was just
Like
about to
2
say
months
that's
ago.
the one I'm still trying to find a good copy of, because I just, again, the price is just all over the place for these things nowadays. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you can get one where it's like, oh, it's the vinyl is in good condition. There is no sleeve, and it's like the sleeve is part of it. It's not an Oingo Boingo album without the sleeve.
Right. Similar note, I picked up an original UK pressing, I can't talk. Pressing of "Are We Not Men, We Are Devo" not long ago, and the
Nice.
record shop owner told me how he heard Jocko Homo while tripping on acid.
That must have been a trip. Let me tell you. Jesus. Wow.
Yeah.
The next one's a bit of a deep cut. I think people in the UK will probably know quite a bit about these, but it might be lost to international viewers. So it's the Not the 9 o'clock News, The Memory Kinda Lingers album. So Not the 9 o'clock News, for those who don't know, they were a comedy troupe in the early 80s. They sort of came about just after Python wrapped up. And it consisted of Rowan Atkinson, Pamela Stevens, who did a lot of work with Tracy Ullman in the late 80s, early 90s, Griff Rhys-Jones, and Mel Smith, who were a comedy double act well after the fact. And they basically just did like modern sketch comedies for the time, and they did lots of interesting comedy tracks. My personal favourites are I Like Trucking and Ayatollah. But they courted controversy regularly, and they got basically hated by everyone. But it was basically the series that made all of their careers. Like Rowan Atkinson had only just really started getting into things like Blackadder around the time, and it was Not the 9 o'clock News that kind of cemented him as a comedy face. Mel Smith and Griff Rhys-Jones became like a very, very much loved double act who ran through most of the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s until Mel Smith tragically died a few years back. And Pamela Stevenson is married to Billy Connolly now and writes a agony aunt column for The Guardian, and again is very successful. But she did do a lot of American work with places like Tracy Ullman. She was often the sort of stock English person in American sitcoms. If they had to get somebody in for like an English Woman of the Week kind of thing, it would usually be Pamela Stevenson. So you may notice that's a hedgehog. Yeah. Following on from that, of course, is probably their best known record, Hedgehog Sandwich. Which they got in a lot of trouble doing this. They had a sketch show that showed the Queen and Princess Anne running over hedgehogs with their horse boxes. And they had to like issue an apology, going, "The Queen has never run over a hedgehog, and even if she did, we wouldn't tell you." Yeah, this was kind of basically a way of sort of capitalizing on that, which was really good. And then there was the first original Not the 9 o'clock News album as well. My camera has died again, ladies and gentlemen. I am sorry about this. Here we go. Let's try it once more time with feeling, shall we? It's these goddamn
back. I had my tea, and that's why I went cold. How's your tea, Liam? Or not Liam, James?
Hope it went well. Hope it went well.
Yeah, I hope your tea went well there, James.
So yeah, this is the first Not the 9 o'clock News album. There's a great sketch on here about a gorilla called Gerald who eats daffodils. Just my kind of party. All of these are on YouTube in full. Highly recommend you dig them out. Not politically correct anymore. We'll also stress that there are quite a few collar tuggy moments. But in the same way that
80s.
I was about to say, in the same way that Jimmy Savile ran rife for the 60s and 70s, it was a victim of its time, and we will never do it again. Promise.
Next up on the screen, Jimmy Savile Presents.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that now. Next up is actually one I have a real soft spot for, and again, it's probably not the coolest in the world, but I love them all the same. It's Laughter and Tears, the best of Neil Sedaka today. Yeah, he's a very gentle, poppy guy, and this compilation is of all of his kind of late 60s through to late 70s stuff. This was when he was kind of down on his luck and was basically touring UK pubs doing gigs, which is
A
wild
gig
to
is a
think.
gig is a gig is a gig.
Well, this was it. Like, it's wild to think, really, that 10 years prior to that, he was in LA, like, advising people like Elvis how to do their music, and 10
Yeah.
years later, he couldn't get a gig in Grimsby. Um,
Yeah.
just wild. But yeah, some really, really
James
solid
says
hits.
Rolf Harris's Two Little Boys.
I don't have a copy of that, although I believe me, I have searched the bins. I have searched those bins. People seem to filter out the Gary Glitter nowadays. It's a real shame. But yeah, there's some fantastic, fantastic albums. And again, I think this compilation is in full, available on YouTube. Highly recommend it if you like sort of soft pop, gentle pop, that kind of stuff. The other end of the spectrum, I also have his other compilation album, Oh Carol, which covers all of his sort of 50s and 60s stuff in more detail. So you get Oh Carol and Little Devil and Calendar Girl and all those other kind of really good, proper teeny bopper hits, which, I really enjoy as well. Next one is a bit of a classic. It's Nat King Cole Sings and George Shearing Plays. It's the album that has Let There Be Love, which is a wonderful... It's a record that I would kind of put in the category of atmospheric albums. It's the sort of thing you put on when you just want to have a smooth, slightly jazzy evening. Like, I could quite happily see myself listening to this in a rather Christmassy room if I didn't want anything too Christmas heavy, but I just wanted that kind of mellow, relaxed, jazzy vibe going on.
Right.
Genuinely nice album. Quite hard to come by as well. I struggled to find a copy for a while, but good and solid.
James says pub. Oh yes, a meeting place where people attempt to achieve advanced states of mental incompetence by repeatedly consumptions of fermented vegetable drinks.
Thank you, Crichton. Yes, even the people who have achieved enlightenment through vegetable drinks didn't want to listen to Neil Sedaka playing "Oh Carol" after the 20th pint. Another newbie and a real departure. Bear in mind, it's all been soft pop and Nat King Cole. My Chemical Romance, Three Cheers for Sweet Revenge.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like these guys. I think they have a real future.
Yeah. It is 2006, right?
Was it 06 or was it 04? I always get them mixed up. It's either side of it. Don't know that much.
I was in middle school when like My Chemical Romance was like the biggest thing on the planet.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And this is the thing, like, if you're talking about emo as a genre, I can't think of an album short of maybe The Black Parade that so firmly crystallizes that ethos than this album.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with it is the vinyl mastering for it is not great.
Yeah.
It literally feels like they've just pressed the MP3 files directly onto the disc. You put it on, you don't hear any warmth, you don't hear any depth, you don't hear any crackle or any kind of nice... The reason I buy the vinyl is for the range, and this literally just sounds like a load of digital files when you play it through a turntable. It's very odd. But yeah, I enjoy that. I should really pick up Black Parade at some point. I quite like Danger Days as well. I know that it's often derided because they went a bit more electro pop, but
yeah,
I like that it's got a bit of bite. Getting back into prog, we also have Days of Futures Past by the Moody Blues and the London Festival Orchestra. Cold-hearted, all blue roads of the night. Love it. Fantastic album. Very, again, on vinyl as well, very warm, lot of depth going on. It's again the opposite of the My Chemical Romance album. Like this thing is the 67 pressing, and you hear every single like triangle through to the timpani. Just the whole range comes out of any speaker you plug this thing into. It's just gorgeous. Yeah, I should really get some more Moody Blues. I've listened to a few other albums on YouTube, and I really like them. It's just finding them out in the wild.
James says it's bizarre to see a parental advisory notice on a record. I'm more used to seeing it on a CD.
Don't worry.
Also, that My Chemical Romance album wasn't mastered on magnetic tape.
Yeah, I suppose with it being mixed entirely digitally. Although that being said, though, I have heard some digitally mixed albums pressed to vinyl where you do get a significant change. Like I've got a couple of Girl Talk albums in here somewhere where the quality of the samples and the way it's been mastered, it sounds very different from the streamable files. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the vibe.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it is Maybelline. We're going into a nice little stretcher. I've just had a little flick forward. So, starters is Men at Work with Cargo.
Ooh.
I love Cargo. It's probably my favorite album of it. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is actually my third copy of Cargo because I've worn one of them down to nothing. And this one I found it was a better quality one than the one that I used to replace the one I wore down to nothing. So I do have a stray copy of Cargo going if anybody wants it. But yeah, no, it's a solid work. And I also have their first album as well, Business as Usual, which is great. I really wanted to try and get their third album, but it's not very easily. It didn't sell well. They changed their sound quite a bit, and it went a bit in a different direction. It didn't sell well, so you can't find it as easily. I'd love to get some of Colin Hayes' solo work as well, but he doesn't. Yeah. Again, he sort of went onto CD and never budged back. So
yeah,
what can you do? But yeah, two cracking albums. Surprisingly, Land Down Under is one of the only tracks I don't listen to very much out of both of these albums.
I love that song.
Oh yeah, same.
So kitschy, but I love it so much.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. On that end, we get to swing back into a little bit more of a rocky territory. I have Meatloaf by Meatloaf, which, just look at that album art. Just only Meatloaf could get away with a naked man on a aqua bike, covered in naked ladies, riding out of the sea whilst holding a giant banner with his name on it.
It's like just Red Brown from Your.
Yeah. Basically. I like to think that when Meatloaf looked in the mirror, that was what he saw.
Let's see. Liam says, I did a deep dive into the Moody Blues not too long ago after loving Days of Futures Past for ages. I especially love the song Legends of a Mind.
Oh, agreed. Their work is very diverse and with an excellent range. I'd need to give a bit more time to them because the last time I really got into them was about 5 or 6 years ago. I'll tell you one artist who I really want to try and crack, and I've never managed it, is Zappa.
Oh, yeah.
The thing with Zappa is every album is completely different, so it's like you can't really say, oh, well, what era do you start with? You just have to basically pick a lane and just hope for the best. It's just...
Yeah.
Are you going to get a spoken word album that is predominantly hand farts, or are you going to get like one of the greatest prog rock albums ever written? I don't know. It could be anything or everything.
I actually got to meet his son a couple of years ago. I wish I had a picture of it because he was a really he's a really good guitar player, like his dad was. But yeah, I got to meet Dweezil a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Actually, I say a couple of years ago. That was probably about a decade ago.
Time doesn't count anymore.
No. Liam says he's more into Beefheart than Zappa.
Hell yeah.
Beefheart?
Yeah. I've never listened to any Beefheart. I've heard some good things though.
Trout Mask Replica is a really classic Beefheart album.
I'll have to dig it out.
Bobby Brown Goes Down and Why Does It Hurt When I Pee Your Masterpieces. Those are Zappa songs.
And yet he never did a children's album. Very disappointing.
He did make that instrumental album to screw with the PMRC, and after he testified against the parental advisory sticker.
Perfect. That sounds very Zappa. On that end as well, I also do own a copy of Bat Out of Hell, which, I mean, just a classic rock album. This is my 4th copy of Bat Out of Hell. My original copy skipped on Paradise by the Dashboard Light, and then I had my dad's copy, which is this sleeve. I wore that down to nothing, so then I had to go buy a copy, and then I wore that down to the grave. So this is copy 4.
Oh, nice.
I have a real soft spot for this album. It's simultaneously so campy and so butch. There's something about it. It's got that Broadway pizzazz that I really like in my rock operas, and my rock pieces. So yeah, real soft spot for that.
Let's see. James says me and Liam saw the 200 Motels movie last year. Crap. And then Liam says there's an anecdote about how Zappa and Beefheart were touring, and Zappa got really annoyed with Beefheart because he kept on drawing caricatures of him.
That sounds about right.
Mikey V Bud, 3 clap emojis. Respect for that. Hi, Mikey V Bud. Welcome to our live stream.
Welcome. You're just in time for Mary Wilson.
Oh, Jesus, Marge Simpson here.
Oh yeah. She was I don't want to say one-hit wonder, but kind of a one-hit wonder. Her whole shtick was that she was like trying to do what the B-52s were doing to an extent with that kind of.
Oh, so she tried to do like that kitschy surf kind of rock shit in the 80s, and like that's shit, but
it wasn't so much. No, absolutely. Well, it wasn't so much surf rock. It was more trying to emulate the kind of Phil Spector sound, but it was using that kind of 60s aesthetic, remodernized for 80s eyes vibe.
Okay.
Her most popular track was a track called "Just What I Always Wanted." It's a solid enough album. I don't think it's going to turn any heads anytime soon, but like I had a kind of soft spot just for the attempt. As you can see on the back, like I say, she very much tried to embrace that sort of 60s kitsch style. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was fine. She did a couple of years on the circuit and then kind of disappeared a little bit, but I enjoyed the album. I thought it was fucking enough.
See, Liam says my favorite Beefheart album is Doc at the Radar Station. It's his post-punk album, and it sounds like Television meets The Fall.
That sounds like a good matchup for me. As long as you can keep Marky Smith off the ale during the recording, then I'm sure it'll go very well.
I've never had eggnog. How does it compare to Advocar? What the hell's Advocar?
Oh, so Advocar is you mix it with lemonade and it makes a cocktail called a snowball. Eggnog and Advocar are completely different. The best way to describe eggnog, I would say it's a bit like an alcoholic milkshake, to an extent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Advocar is more of a kind of creamy, lemony, spritzy type drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've only ever had eggnog once, and I wish I could find. The only thing that puts me off eggnog is the fact that apparently most of it contains raw egg.
Yeah.
Like, if there was any way to kind of... The one I had was UHT, it was ultra heat treated, so the egg wasn't, like, raw in it, but it was really nice. It basically, like I say, just tasted like a boozy milkshake, like a creamy, boozy milkshake. Which is good. I mean, not quite like Bailey's. It's weird, but...
You ever drink Bailey's from a shoe?
You ever go to a party where people wee on each other?
I gotta hurt you.
I like you.
Let's see. Mikey also wants to know, have you shown any classic UK Now albums?
No. I have no Now in my collection, unfortunately. I tend to stick to original artists if I can, but...
Is that like those compilations albums that we have here in the States? Like the Now That's What I Call music?
Yeah, so basically over here, every year they release a Now compilation. I think one like Now 138 Now or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I think we're about that too here in the States.
But it just tries to assemble the top hits from all of the charts. I mean, who goes for Now when Kids Bop exists? So yeah,
I hear a bunch of kids sing Lady Gaga.
Ooh, me, not. I have Madonna's Like a Prayer. Fantastic quality album.
Great album.
Yeah. Solid, really solid. It has, I believe, Cherish on it as well, which is probably my favourite track on the album. It's dead simple, but it's just a nice poppy thing. And
never forget, she got boycotted by the Catholic League because of Like a Prayer.
Oh yeah, and it's come full circle. I mean, I don't know how well versed into the social media world you are, but there was a church that recently did a choral rearrangement of Like a Prayer for their Christmas concert, and they didn't twig what it was actually about. And they went viral because there was just like loads of people like jaw open going, is this church actually doing Like a Prayer seriously? Like trying to do it like a Jesus thing? Yeah, just It's a solid album. I like it, and I got it really cheap as well. There was this record place a few miles away from where I live where they had all of the main sort of big hitters of the day at full retail price at the front of the shop. And they had this very, very narrow spiral staircase. It used to previously be a bank, the place where the record store was based. And the guy,
about this place.
yeah, the guy would just like buy any records. It didn't matter whether they were good, bad, whatever condition they were in. He would just buy them in bulk, and he had like a warehouse that was just full with pallets of records that he'd just purchased in bulk off people that he hadn't sorted through yet. But this dead narrow, windy staircase was steeped with records. Every step had about 50, 60 vinyls, like flat, going up them. And basically at the top of this staircase was just floor-to-ceiling, wall-to-wall records. There was like a little nook where you could walk in and kind of turn around just to see if there was anything there. But he basically had this deal where anything that was up there, if it was an album, it was £1, which is like $1.50, and if it was a single, it was 50p, which was like $1. And they had all sorts up there. Basically, his rule of thumb was if he didn't spot it and put full price on it, and you found it up there, you could have it for the price of £1 or £1.50.
Oh, wow!
So like this, which is normally anywhere between sort of £5 and £10, was £1 because he just didn't notice it was up there, and I was like, I'm having that.
Nice.
The only rule he put in place was you had to sign a waiver to go up the stairs because if the amount of people who like ended up with broken ankles, barked shins, concussion in one case. Yeah. Another one that I found for £1 up there was Lou Reed's Transformer. Immaculate.
Oh,
£1.
Great album.
Stunning album, incredible.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
My copy, the one that I found for £1, it sounds like it was never played. It sounds like the person who bought it maybe played it once and then put it back in the sleeve. It's immaculate condition. It's an original pressing as well. Just
so beautiful.
Stunning album. Really, really beautiful. I often cite it as one of my favorite albums of all time.
It's such a great proto-punk album.
Absolutely incredible work, genuinely. I got the deluxe extended edition as well on my computer, so I've got all like the rough demo cuts of Perfect Day and Goodnight Ladies and all of the TV and radio promo spots for it and stuff like that. It's just solid. I mean, I'm not as big of a fan of Lou Reed's latter day experimental stuff.
Like the stuff he did with Metallica?
Well, I mean, No Money Down.
I am the table.
No Money Down is fun, but my favourite bit was where he ripped his own face off.
The chat here, see Mikey V. Bud. Oh, Like a Prayer. Yeah, Like a Prayer caught her the Pepsi endorsement that she had just got because the Catholic boycotted Pepsi.
Would that have been pre or post Michael Jackson?
Post. Let's see, kind of like Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. Yeah, Hallelujah is a really kind of a controversial song, but I don't know why. It's a very beautiful song.
Absolutely.
It's be like playing Born in the USA at the NRA meeting. Hey, Ronald Reagan used Born in the USA for his '84 election campaign.
It still blows my mind
well, yeah, because the people in charge of him didn't read the lyrics. They just heard this patriotic song about Born in the USA and just didn't bother to read the words.
It still blows my mind that the GOP still use YMCA.
Oh, did you see what the guy from the Village People came out and said?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
He said that YMCA is not a gay anthem. He literally came out and said, I think on Tuesday, that YMCA is not a gay anthem.
Certainly, and Xanadu is just a really good time.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, James talking about that record shop. That would annoy Lemmy. Maybe it belonged to Lemmy.
Could well have.
Could well have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was wild.
Yeah,
the guy was really, really nice. He was a bit spaced most of the time because he was as a side hustle, he ran gigs as well. Like he just set up concerts at pubs and stuff for people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that record shop had had one of the most remarkable stories I've ever had in a record shop, which was me and my friend Ben. We were sort of rustling around looking for vinyl in the front of the shop, which was where they kept all the expensive shit. And this guy came in with a briefcase, went up to the counter and he said, "Do you buy records?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, yeah, mate, yeah, I do, no trouble." And the guy flicks open the suitcase that he'd got, and inside it, in like a perfectly cut like protector, was a first edition released copy of David Bowie's first album, signed by David Bowie, and it was
Oh,
immaculate condition. And he was like, "How much for this?" And me and my friend Ben were both absolutely huge Bowie fans, love him to pieces. And this bloke didn't even flinch. Was just looked at it like he, like somebody who'd watched Gore.com for like 200 hours. Just didn't phase him. He can eat through that shit now. He just went, "Oh, okay," and he sort of pulled this great big book out, and he was flicking through the pages, and he went, "Okay, David Bowie's first album, is it a first print? It is, okay, and it's signed, okay. I'll give you £2,200 for it."
oh God.
And this guy went, "Oh, I've been told 2,500 by other places." He went, "Okay, we'll call it 2,500. How's that sound?" Bought the record, put it under the glass counter. The guy walks off, and then he just looked at me and Ben as we were looking at these records, and we were both looking at him like, "What just happened there?" And he just sort of shrugged. He just went, "It's a day." Couple of deep cuts, but I'm very, very proud I picked these up when I did, because they're stupidly expensive now, and you can't find good quality copies of them. It's Klaus Nomi's first album.
Oh yeah,
I love me some Klaus. Me,
I do too.
real big fan. His aria work is absolutely incredible. The first album I used to be really big on. I'm now a bit more of a fan of his second album, a little bit more, but just iconic is too small of a word for this man. Just incredible work that he did. And a Nomi song, I covered it on the channel a while back in my documentary videos, is a phenomenal work as well. Highly recommend. If you've never heard of Klaus Nomi, go and watch the Nomi song. Just brilliant, brilliant. Very interesting man. I would love to get his key lime pie recipe. But yeah, in the back as well has another nice little picture of Klaus on there as well.
Yeah, if you're gonna like get into Klaus Nomi, watch his performance of Total Eclipse from A Music War.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. That's another fantastic one too.
Top tier.
Agreed. Completely agreed. Just a remarkable.
Every performance in that movie was top tier.
Oh yeah, wasn't we into Boingo in there as well?
Boingo Boingo, the Go-Go's, Dead Kennedys, Gary Newman and the Two Boy Army, X, Aw Pairs. Oh jeez, I'm there's so many of them that were and Devo.
Devo, yeah.
Devo was on it because they did it was Uncontrollable Urge.
Yes, yeah. While we're on this kick as well, I will also say I do have his second album as well, Simple Man. It's an import from France, but just that one I think has a little bit more. I'm a real big fan of After the Fall. I think it's a really solid track. And I also like his slightly more quirky stuff, like his cover of Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead, is just ever so slightly demented, but in the best possible way. But yeah, Klaus Nomi, definitely check him out. I really want to try and find Encore. Yeah. That album got a vinyl pressing, but it's a little bit harder to find than these other two. But that does have his live version of Total Eclipse on it. So
let's see here. James was talking about that Lou Reed album because Lemmy did not like Lou Reed at all.
Yeah.
So let's see. For young men who can hang out with all the boys. Oh yeah, YMCA isn't a gay anthem. Yes, and the sky isn't blue.
Hey, listen, it's just a song about how you can get yourself clean, you can have a good meal, and you can do whatever you feel.
See, Mikey says that he saved the Nomi doc to his watch later.
Absolutely, definitely recommended. It's a really well made documentary. It includes a lot of archive footage of him, and given that at the time that documentary came out, there wasn't a lot of archive footage publicly available of him. It's probably the most comprehensive. I would probably suggest that one, and I would also suggest, I don't have any vinyl copies of his works, but I would love to get some. The Devil and Daniel Johnston is another really good one I would recommend.
Yeah.
Again, for similar reasons, like before that documentary came out, there wasn't a lot of like curated Daniel Johnston work available, and then that film basically came out and just did it all in a single setting.
Yeah.
Really solid. Both are really, really solid. From one German performance to another, it's my only Kraftwerk album. I really want to get some more. I've got the Man Machine.
Oh.
Again, the original pressing.
Always reminds me of the Autobahn album from The Big Lebowski.
Yes.
Because I think that's what they base it off of, was the Man Machine.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I would love to get Electric Cafe. I would love to get Radioactive, and I'd love to get Autobahn. If I could, I would love to get their English version of The Mix on vinyl, because that's all solid. They did a tour in 2005, I think, that also got a vinyl release, which the sound is incredible because they really cranked the bass up on. They used all analog synths for it as well, but it was digitally recorded through analog kit, and it's just such a wonderful. They were a fantastic band, and the spin-off bands like Electric Music were also just astounding, honestly. But I got this one from Manchester as well. Piccadilly Records was great. We've had a string of hits, and it would be amiss of me to not include at least one fall. This was one I picked up a couple of months ago. It's called Kiddy A Go Go. It literally, it was made in the mid-60s.
My God.
Yeah. This was when I was just flicking through the bins and I saw that and went, "You're coming home with me." All it is nursery rhymes reimagined as 60s psychedelic rock hits.
So we got Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, Row 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 Your Boat, Farmer in the Dell, Old MacDonald. Oh God.
Yeah.
Mexican Hat Dance.
Yeah, the Mexican Hat Dance. There is something called the Frog. The Watusi? The Cha-Cha?
Teenage Dance Beats of the day.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, like I say, it was just one
We
of
all
those.
know the teenagers love the nursery rhymes.
Yeah, well, the thing was, it was £1, and I was kind of sitting there going, you know what? Even if I get it home and listen to it and it's awful, it can just go in the bin. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
As it stands, it's
$1
actually,
for this thing. Who cares?
This is it, you know. And at the end of the day, when I did listen to it, I was like, you know what? This is actually some pretty solid rocky psychedelica. I'm kind of down with this. So
yeah,
and it's the weirdest part. It's pressed on 180-gram vinyl. Like this is on the good shit. This isn't like you know, the kind of thing you could pull out of a magazine. This is I don't know why they did it that way, but they did. So
kids love 180-gram vinyl.
Oh yeah, the kids are all big audiophiles. You know, when the Oasis started the loudness wars, the kids were the first people kicking off. Another solid, absolutely solid album, and one that's very close to my heart. Kate Bush with Lionheart.
Oh, Lionheart.
It's such a good album. Just really rock solid tracks, and it's a gatefold, but it's not a particularly. It's just got the lyrics basically, but it's still nice.
Yeah,
it's still nice. You know.
She's got to get down on her knees and thank the people for Stranger Things for introducing her work to a new generation of kids.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Running Up That Hill became a big hit again after it featured in that episode of Stranger Things.
Oh yeah. One of my favorite sort of mini facts about her was she went on a very large retirement for years and years, and I think it was in the early 2010s. She announced she was going to do a set of intimate gigs where she wasn't going to play any hits. She was only going to play stuff that she wanted to play. And they sold out in literally 5 minutes. The tickets went on and were gone, just completely emptied it, and you couldn't get tickets for Kate Bush for anything. And it wasn't even. She made it clear, you're not going to hear any hits. You're just going to hear the stuff that I want to play. I'm not doing Man with a Child's Eyes. I'm not doing Wuthering Heights. I'm not doing anything like that. You know.
Mikey, Babushka was on Never Forever from 1980.
Yes. That's one I would love to get my hands on as well for the triptych, because the next one I have actually is also The Kick Inside.
Yeah.
Just again a good solid
Debut
one.
album.
I won't be going through my singles just because we literally will be here all night if I have to go through those as well. But
You
I
got
have.
time.
Hey, I got time as well. Sod it. Yeah, we're doing singles as well. We'll do a lot. No. But yeah, the Kick Inside. I have the single from the in between these two albums, which was a Christmas song. December Will Be Magic Again. I own that as well, which is quite a nice thing too.
Liam brought up the Kate Bush Christmas special from 1979 that they air every year on BBC4.
Oh yes, her brother Paddy Bush is in that.
Isn't Peter Gabriel in that one too?
I think he is. I think he is.
Because I remember Liam telling me about it. Like like they sing like a song that has like about Gabriel the Archangel.
Oh
and
yeah.
Peter Gabriel shows up.
I mean, I'll be honest. It's about 10 years since I last watched it, but I could fully believe it. I mean, they were collaborating around that time, so it would make sense. I wouldn't see why not.
Oh yeah, that Running Up That Road documentary that BBC put out was really good. Mikey brought that up.
Absolutely agreed.
So my favorite Kate Bush album is The Dreaming, the one where she almost lost her record contract because of how batshit it is.
Even better.
Yeah, Dreaming is a great album.
No,
Very
I think.
Very good stuff.
Oh yeah, I think when Kate Bush is kind of let loose in the studio, you tend to get the best of it. I don't say that about every artist, but for Kate Bush, I would certainly make an exception.
He is in that Kate Bush Christmas special because it cuts to him singing "Here Comes the Flood."
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Here comes the flood.
Next up, we have a kind of new wave goth punk. It's Lena Lovettch's debut album.
Ooh. I did not know about Lena Lovitch until a couple years ago. My best friend introduced me to her to Birdsong.
Yeah, absolutely.
She did like on German television or whatever, and it was I freaking was hooked.
Oh yeah, completely mad as a box of frogs. Lovely performer, lovely woman. Fantastic first album. Stiff Records put her out, and a phenomenal job they did with it as well. Yeah, it ain't. Exactly. Yeah, just cracking piece. It's a bit of a shame, really, that the camera doesn't pick up the detail quite as well as I would have liked for it, because the album artwork itself has got a lot of detail behind it. But yeah, no, massive fan of Lena Lovitch. I wish I'd got more Susie and the Banshees as well. I would love to get some of that too, but
yeah.
This was one that I picked up because one of the people I follow on YouTube recommended it, and I was like, okay, I'll have a dig, and it turned out to just be an absolutely nuts album. It's the Kazenet's Cats Super Circus. Yeah, it's like it's hard to kind of explain. It's kind of like a very folk rocky album. It's got a hard edge though. It's like Dylan by way of the Rolling Stones. It's a very strange. They didn't do a lot of work. I think they did 2 albums, and this is the one that everybody kind of remembers. I say everybody. That the 3 people who I've spoken to who remember this album remember. But yeah, it's a nice album. It's kind of got an earthy tone to it. It's not too explosive. But yeah, it scratches a very particular itch, and very bizarre artwork as well. And I think somebody wrote barbecue on the back of my copy. So, yeah. The next one, people of a certain age will almost certainly remember this man. It is John Inman with the Are You Being Served album.
On a wicker chair, apparently.
Yeah. So John Inman, very camp man, was best known as Mr. Humphreys from the comedy series Are You Being Served. He did a pop album, a sort of psychedelic, trippy pop album of songs, mainly sort of bawdy, sort of sea shanty type pieces. And his main sort of thing was double entendre. So like every single song is just completely rammed with innuendo and double entendre. Campus Christmas album, fantastic. He did 3 albums in total between the sort of 70s and the 90s, and this one I think is probably his best one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's solid
Let's
enough
see.
work.
John Cleveland said that you need a copy of Steven Seagal's music on vinyl.
Done and done. Pre-ordered.
Mikey, he made like a blues album. I can't remember for the life of me remember what it's called. But it is the most unintentionally hilarious thing you will probably ever hear in your entire life, because he sings like how he talks, that very kind of like out of breath way. And it is just embarrassingly hilarious, like to the point where you probably wet your pants laughing so hard.
I'm gonna have to YouTube this. It's like when I found out that Joe Pesci has a lounge
he's got a
singing
song
career.
called Strut, and it is, oh god, he like tries to be like kind of like reggae or whatever.
Oh god.
This is a line that's in this song. It says, "When a girl starts strut, you shouldn't look at her butt, but you shouldn't do that."
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. There was no beginning to that man's talent.
Well, that's my Monday sorted. I know what I'm going to be listening to.
I'll post it in the Discord.
Thank you very much. Next up, again, it's another compilation. This one goes back to my childhood. I have a tremendous soft spot for this album. It's a compilation again, but it's 20 Foot Tapping Greats by Johnny Cash.
Ooh.
Itchy Feet. So I first heard this on CD, and they did a re-record of Folsom Prison Blues and Walk the Line. This vinyl version has the original recordings on it. I prefer the re-records to the originals in this instance, but the rest of the album is just rock solid. It's basically every single Johnny Cash song you could ever care to listen to.
Nice.
Big country fan. I have a long history with this album. It's one of my favourites. I just wish the re-records were on this version rather than the original. Came out in '79.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just fun. It's just a great album. Going back into the new wave, we have Japan with Tin Drum. Love Japan. David Sylvian and his work with Ryuichi Sakamoto is astounding. It's very atmospheric electro-pop, let's say electro-pop, electronic music with a popish edge. And Tin Drum is particularly great. He was working with YMO and Sakamoto quite heavily around this time, and this album would go on to set the groundwork for his work on the soundtrack for Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, which is another fantastic album. Really solid. I've had 3 copies of that in my time. So,
see, Liam says, I've always thought that David Sylvian's vocals sound incredibly close to Brian Ferry.
You know what? I agree. It sounds a bit like a mashup between Brian Ferry and Noel Fielding when he's doing his kind of Mighty Boosh singing. That's kind of the best way I could describe David Sylvian. But for his vocal track on Forbidden Colours is probably one of the best things I think he's ever done. But out of all of them, I like Tin Drum and I like Gentleman Take Polaroids. I wasn't a big fan of Quiet Life. That was a little bit too deep for me. But here's a familiar face. We have Iggy Pop with The Idiot.
Oh.
And my favourite fun fact about that is David Bowie helped him to produce the album, and whenever I remember that fact, I can, in my head, I just keep getting like an Odd Couple style sitcom scenario where, like, because apparently they were really frustrated with each other because Iggy just wanted to get in the studio and lay down tracks, and Bowie wanted to like produce because that was what he was paid to do. So the story goes that Iggy would spend all day in the studio just recording take after take after take and saying, "This is great, we just need to get this on vinyl and get it out the door, get it out." And Bowie would say, "Oh yeah, that's great," and then in the evening go back in and re-record the entire thing. Keep little bits of it, but that was about it. And I can never, whenever I see this album cover, even though, you know, it's like Sister Midnight and it's China Girl and quite a bit of a heavier sound, in my head I just always hear the Odd Couple theme, because I can just imagine them sort of trying to come down from drugs in Berlin, trying to record this album, and just getting into mischief. I
love The Idiot. The one morbid fact about it was on Ian Curtis's turntable when his wife found his body.
Oh god.
Oh, that's too bad.
Jeez. What an album to go out on.
I was gonna say if that was gonna die, that'd probably be one of the last albums I want to listen to because it's just such a great album.
Yeah, I mean, imagine going out to night clubbing, you know. Uh,
Morbid, but yes, I would. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
so Kurt, I do have a question for you. Do you like Huey Lewis and the News?
I absolutely love Huey Lewis and the News, and I also have 4 on vinyl.
Ah, such a great album. Like, don't get me wrong, Sport is a phenomenal work as well. I find that Huey Lewis. This is going to turn into a Patrick Bateman podcast, by the way, guys. So buckle up. Um,
Song's so catchy.
this is the thing. Everything he says, people like quote it verbatim. I don't know if they actually understand that what he's saying is pretty much true for a lot of it.
Yeah,
Like, Sport is a very good album, but it is a little rough around the edges, and 4 really does smack back with like that sound that made Sport so good, but refined. It feels like a sharper product overall as a
yeah,
work. And I've been listening to Huey Lewis up to his latest stuff, the band's latest stuff, and it's a real shame he's lost his hearing
yeah,
recently. But like, they still sound really good. That's the kicker.
yeah.
Like every album, I mean, it's all they have a very distinct sound. They haven't evolved much musically. They sound very similar, but like they still sound amazing. And every album they put out, I've listened to it and gone, yeah, that's really good. That is really good.
Mhm.
Why are they not better well known for their newer stuff? You know. Um, I really
Yeah,
need to get a copy of Sports. Heart of Rock and Roll is a fantastic title track to a really solid album, but
yeah.
4 was one of those ones I found in the vault for £1. So I was like, well, sorry, I'm definitely grabbing that if I can. And it's a really good quality copy as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. I also have Power of Love on a single with the Back to the Future stuff in the
Oh.
singles box, but um, we're getting into more 80s new wave electro music, and this is the League Unlimited Orchestra Love and Dancing. Um,
Mm.
basically, members of the Human League teamed up with some other electronica artists from the time, and they remixed their title hit tracks and created basically a mashup album. It's really, really good. Really good. Like, if you like the Human League music, like, they basically take those sounds and completely refresh them in a way that you don't really hear very much. And when the Human League play live nowadays, sometimes they do the League Unlimited versions of their tracks because it helps them to segue into other tracks easier than just playing the
Huh.
original Human League versions and having stopping and starting. Um, definitely recommended. If you like any kind of Human League sound, the League Unlimited Orchestra is a phenomenal work. Genuinely really good.
I think
It's,
listen.
yeah, it's just a shame they didn't do a follow up because the music that they do covers this album, Dare. Um,
Oh, damn.
Dare. It covers, I think it's Dare up to Fascination, and then they stopped. And it would have been nice to have seen them do their latter stuff like Human or Empire State Human or the Lebanon or stuff like that, but they only did the one and done. This copy of Dare is a gatefold.
Oh,
I
nice.
yeah. I also had the privilege of seeing them perform this album in full live for the first time back in the mid 2000s. They didn't tour
Oh,
with
wow.
Dare. Yeah. They never toured Dare when it came out. They just did hits and like one-off performances. And it was the mid 2000s they officially announced they were doing the Dare tour. 30 years too late.
Oh,
um, so we
well,
went
better
along,
late
and it
than
was
never.
yeah, exactly. It was an absolutely stunning gig. It was really, really good. They had all the songs kind of seamlessly go in and out of one another right up until the interval, and then they came back with the second. The first half was the entire Dare album. The second half was all the hits, basically. Um, but they did an interval in the middle where they just played Hard Times all the way through from start to finish. So it was like people wanted to go and get drinks and like use the bathrooms and stuff, but then people were like, "Yeah, but we're missing the show if we go during their interval because their interval is them performing still technically." Because
Let's see. Liam says I've only mainly heard. Oh, I've only heard the singles, but I've gotten really into the Human League recently.
No, absolutely. They're a
Everyone
really.
knows "Don't You Want Me," but I think "Fascination" is even better.
Oh, agreed. Agreed. Their
Yeah,
discography is very varied, especially when you get into sort of the later '80s and they start really developing different styles. Um, they're really good. They're really solid.
yeah,
Not everybody's cup of tea, but I like them. Um,
yeah.
now this one um, is we're getting into a band that I would say were my spirit animal. If I was going to have a band be my spirit animal, it would be these guys. It's the House Martins with now that's what I call quite good. Um,
That's their title right there.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So the House Martins were founded by a guy called Paul Heaton, who is a master lyricist. He can write a lyric that will knock your socks off. Just an astounding mind. Genuinely very interesting. He's a very progressive socialist. He has a lot of very strong left wing values, and he can write the most acidic lyrics you have ever heard in your life, and then put them to the poppiest, danceable beats you've ever heard. Um,
Okay, I'm interested.
yeah, oh, just incredible. You want to check out, if I can recommend it, the House Martins. Now that's what I call quite good. Is a compilation album. It's basically their hits assembled onto a double vinyl. But the Beautiful South is his tour de force. Is basically if the House Martins was his learning ground on how to be a musician and how to write and how to produce, the first four Beautiful South albums um, are just wonderful. They're incredibly upbeat poppy tracks about suicide, depression, going bankrupt, lad culture, just anything that was popular in the sort of late '80s through to the mid '90s that was like just deeply troubling. This man took his pen out and just wrote the most scathing attack to something that you could dance to that I've
Oh,
ever seen.
fun.
Oh yeah, great! Just a genuinely fantastic band. If anybody ever asks me like who my favorite artist is, I always say it's anything that Paul Heaton did, and the House Martins and the Beautiful South are two sides of that coin. The House Martins are a little bit more sort
Random
of lively
question
pop.
of John. John has a random question. Of all the actors in bands, which one makes the best music?
Of all the actors in bands.
Oh, well, he's not really an actor, but I always like Gene Simmons' work.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he's a pretty solid actor.
I mean, I'll probably give it to Lemmy. Lemmy's turned up in a fair few
Oh,
bits and pieces.
oh, I love his bit in Airheads.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I was
absolutely.
editor of the school magazine.
His cameo in Bad News is fantastic as well.
Alex Lifeson's a pretty good actor from Rush.
Yeah, yeah. Bowie is solid whenever
Bowie,
he
yeah.
turns up and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got a couple of 12 inches here as well. I'll just throw out there. So I've got the
Ooh.
House Martins as well. Think for a Minute, which again is a good one. They used that one as a charity single. And I also have their 12-inch Christmas hit, which was the thing that got them the first sort of major recognition, which was Caravan of Love,
Oh, okay.
which again was really solid. We're going to do a lot of House Martins here because I basically own everything they ever did. Um, the People Who Grinned Themselves to Death, another great House Martins album. The title track got them in some trouble because they basically the opening track was basically about how the royal family are a bunch of parasites, and this was at a time when like British pride was kind of swelling to its magnum opus in the '80s.
Oh, so yeah, during the Thatcher era.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They basically scathing songs about Thatcher and how the royal family are a bunch of skivers who are just trying to rob the people of their money. Uh,
Oh, they're
with a
not
certain
wrong.
sub, oh yeah, well, with a certain subsection of the population, they went down very, very well. For the other subsection of the population, um, to give you an example, I mean, one of Paul Heaton's latest albums, I think came out about 3 or 4 years ago, had the opening title lyrics of "Fuck the King and fuck the Queen with an AK-47," which is just, yeah, he was very well received.
Poetry.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Steven Seagal, Keanu Reeves, Jared Leto, Jada Pinkett Smith, Bruce Willis. Oh, I forgot Jada Pinkett Smith was in a death metal band, or tried to be a death metal band.
Okay, I'm going to throw a curveball in there. Ringo Starr. Ringo Starr
Oh,
specifically for his
Caveman.
performance in A Hard
Yeah.
Day's Night.
Oh yeah. Are you a mod or a rocker? A rocker.
Well, he would if he's your grandfather.
Yeah,
um,
God, I love those Beatles movies in that era,
oh yeah,
especially Help.
oh yeah, yeah,
Help is
absolutely.
such a just like the Beatles on pot.
Agreed, agreed. It's just such a wonderful, whimsical era. Um,
And
yeah,
his acting in the fan mail video.
I'm asking you with peace and love, do not send any more fan mail. It will be chucked.
Also, Phil Collins. Liam brought up Phil Collins.
Yeah,
He was
yeah,
actually a
yeah.
child actor.
Oh yes, he was. He was.
Hmm.
Try and think. What else have we got? I mean, would you count John Travolta? Maybe he's had a music career.
Yeah,
That was the
yeah.
exact reaction. That was the exact reaction you should give that statement. Kind of a pained.
Give him a break and Corey. Oh,
Okay.
not Corey Feldman. Did anyone ever see that video of him playing guitar?
No, I didn't.
Oh God, he's like tries to shred like he's Eddie Van Halen,
Oh god.
and he just fails at it miserably.
Oof.
Shatner. Oh yeah, Shatner. Oh, and
China.
Nimoy.
Nimoy as well. Yeah, yeah. Nimoy did the
Bilbo
Bilbo
Baggins.
Baggins. Only 3 feet tall.
Bilbo
Bilbo,
Baggins.
bravest little hobbit of them all. Um, so the next up is another compilation, but again, a real solid one. It's the very best of hot chocolate. Um,
Ooh.
it's you know, you got You Sexy Thing. You got It Started with a Kiss. No doubt about it. It's
Everyone's a winner.
fantastic. Everyone's a winner, baby. That's no lie. Just yeah, stunning work. Real shame that Errol died as young as he did. You know, I think he died in his 50s, in the sort of mid to late 2000s. It was a real bummer because he was an incredible vocalist for what he did. So yeah.
See, James says thank you and no objects to be signed. Nothing. Anyway, peace and love. Peace and love.
Every flavor of Viennetta, peace and love. Fuck off. The next one is an obscure cut for UK music, and one I think you might actually kind of like if you like your sort of I won't say proggy, but kind of more sort of rough around the edges, rockier tracks. It's Half Man Half Biscuit back in the DHSS. It's a very lo-fi album, but it's kind of British punk to an extent. I'd say kind of punky, rocky stuff. Most of the tracks are around getting stoned, and in particular, there was a British kids TV show called Camberwick Green, and a lot of the tracks basically are just based around the music from that kids TV show, but like really punked up. It was quite funny, really. Have you ever heard of Dean Friedman?
I have not.
He wrote a song called "I'm in Love with the McDonald's Girl" that was covered in the 2000s by one of these many boy bands, and he's like one of the soft. He's like Neil Sedaka. He's a very soft piano musician, and these guys wrote an album called "The Bastard Son of Dean Friedman," and it was just like a punky album. And in response to it, Dean Friedman teamed up with Half Man Half Biscuit and wrote a really soft piano ballad about how he met his son. Which I think is great. It shows a real kind of camaraderie. I'm just going to have to adjust my camera back ever so slightly because I'm running out of space to put my records. So yeah, Half Man Half Biscuit back in the VHSS. I would recommend that one to you, Kurt. I think you'll probably quite like that. It's very tongue-in-cheek. It's very naughty British, which is good. This was one I picked up again for £1 in one of the record vaults, and I've listened to it a couple of times. I can't really get into it, but I feel like there's something there, so I've kept it in my collection. It's Grand Prix with Samurai, and it was the album art that really caught me more than anything else.
That's kind of gnarly album art.
No, agreed. It's kind of a synthy, rocky album, a bit proggy. It's a concept album. I can't really remember what the story was, which probably tells you how good the concept album was. Um, but yeah, it's a nice enough little album. The main reason I picked it up was because I saw the album art and went, I haven't seen anything like that before. I'm going to grab it, and I haven't seen it ever again since. So I think I may own the only copy of it in existence. But
My
yeah,
album's coming out. It's called Samurai Cop, and it's a continuation of that album.
perfect. Love it. Love it. Is it going to be proggy or
Very proggy.
a little proggy? A little proggy. We like it. We like a bit of prog in our diet. Going full folk, by the way, this is another album I absolutely adore. It sounds amazing on vinyl as well because it was recorded entirely in analog as well, so you get that nice depth and range. Seventh Tree by Goldfrapp. They're predominantly known for sort of electronic music and very sort of electronic poppy, but for this they went electronic folk, and it's not their most well-received album, but it sounds incredible. It's like they use predominantly acoustic guitars and things like that, but they marry it up to some really nice deep synth backing. It ranges really wildly between sort of dead light-hearted pop and like properly dark tunes, but it's an album that I love very dearly. And again, I could highly recommend it if you like that kind of electronic folky stuff. It's really solid, and it comes with a really nice gatefold that kind of has a nice
Giant
full art
Woodsy
in
the
there.
Owl.
Giant Woodsy the Owl, telling you to give a hoot and go ahead, just do a little bit of pollution, just a little bit, but not a lot. These are two that entered my collection fairly recently. They're compilation. I say they're compilations. They're not really. They're mashup albums. They come from a band called Girl Talk. This one is All Day. And what Girl Talk do as a band, well, say what they do, what they did. They haven't released any music in about 10 years. The guy who used to do these albums now works in production and does a lot of work with rap artists and rock artists. What he does is he samples tons and tons of albums, and this was before sort of the YouTube and TikTok trend of doing mashups, and he would just create like 90-minute long compilations where he would mash up classic punk rock, electronica, gospel music, rap, general pop, anything that you could think of, all genres, and he would just layer all these tracks on top of each other. And he creates these just wonderful tapestries of bits and pieces. Like, for example, he would mash up Missy Elliott and the Ramones, and he would mash up gospels from like quite old choral pieces with the Beatles, and deep cuts, stuff like Fat Man Scoop, who I hadn't thought about in years. He would like mash up with like the Sex Pistols, and just an incredible artist. Both albums are free in full on YouTube from the actual artist. He issued them himself because he just wants to get his music out there. I waited for years to be able to get a vinyl copy of these two albums. The next album up is also a Girl Talk one. They're just incredible pieces, definitely worth listening to at least once, I would say, because it's on the base level, you kind of go, hey, this is a bit of a bop, and you kind of get into it, and then you start realizing, Jesus, there's like 26 samples being layered on top of each other here, and somehow it's working and doesn't just sound like a wall of noise. Just incredible work, and it's no surprise he went into production work, honestly, because
Mikey says he's getting some to his playlist on his YouTube.
Oh, what was that? Sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
Oh, am I breaking up or are you breaking up?
You broke up just a little bit on my side.
Okay. All right. Well, Mikey said he's added a whole bunch of these songs and albums to his YouTube playlist.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I mean, this was one of the reasons why I wanted to do it. I mean, like I say, people had said for a while that they wanted to see what kind of records I kept in my collection, but I figured as well, I have a few deep cuts in here, and hopefully, it helps expand people's horizons a little bit. So, yeah, and obviously, Kurt, you're bringing some wonderful recommendations yourself to proceedings. So, hopefully between us, we'll change some minds and influence some hearts tonight.
Yeah.
This is the other Girl Talk album. This was the one that got me into Girl Talk in the first place, which is Feed the Animals. which was recommended as if you're not into like modern contemporary music but want to listen to something that's modern and contemporary. This was the album that was recommended. So I gave it a spin and fell absolutely in love with it. And started checking out all their other albums since. I don't think they've done a new album since 2016, 2017. I do hope they do some more though, because like I say, just the production work on these albums is insane, and the mastering for the vinyls as well is crazy good. Just really, really solid. Can definitely recommend those two albums. Swapping back to something a little bit softer and a little bit calmer. Oh, 1 second. I don't know why my camera keeps doing this. It just keeps randomly deciding to not be on anymore.
See, Mikey says, I've been stuck in my ways at my age, so picking up new music to expand my listening is great.
Hey, fantastic.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
There's an alternative station I started listening to that I'll just like Shazam on my phone, like what the artist or who the artist is or whatever.
Oh,
yeah.
Just,
like do it on YouTube, and just like if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't, and just move on with my life. But
no, absolutely.
So it's important to expand your musical tastes, because if you just stay in one lane your entire life, you just get stuck there and it's not good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's there's some incredible music coming out even now. I mean, I'm kind of loving life really. Like I'm a big poppy person, so stuff like Chapel Roan and Sabrina Carpenter, stuff like that that's been coming out recently. I genuinely have quite a soft spot for it. It's quite endearing music. But you know, I do listen to heavier stuff occasionally from time to time, but like it's nice to be in a place where the music is still kind of speaking to you. New music still kind of has that voice. Especially after we came out of a very distinctly manufactured pop era of a fair few years where it was just like, here's an artist that sounds the same as last week's number one. Here's another artist who sounds the same as last week's number one. A little bit slower, I'm going to go with Getz and Gilberto, or Getz and Gilberto, or Jets and Gilberto, with their jazz album, which features the title track "Girl from Ipanema." It's a really smooth jazz, whiskey wah wah. It's just a gentle album all the way through. It's nice. Yeah. It is what it is. Just a solid, nice little smooth jazz album. Really nice for like, again, ambience, similar to the Nat King Cole album I mentioned. One you'll probably appreciate, Kurt, actually. It is City to City by Jerry Rafferty.
Oh.
Absolutely. The Baker Street album. Absolutely.
So many memories of sitting in my car listening to the AOR station out of South Bend, playing this song consistently, playing Baker Street all the damn time.
Well, that was Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty, and let's play it again.
Or let's play Down the Line, which is the much better song on that album. As much as I like Baker Street, Right Down the Line's a great, great song.
So solid. Agreed. Yeah. Completely agree.
Liam says he enjoyed Chapel Roan's shit.
Oh yeah,
Chapel Roan's stuff too. I thought Owish's new album was very good as well.
Agreed. It's like I say, it's so nice to be in a time where there's such music diversity, but at the same time that diversity is unique. It sounds fresh. You know, I feel like we have had a large period of very stagnant music where all the genres kind of sound a bit samey, apart from the sort of, you know, people who've been there forever, sort of doing their own thing. It's nice to have that kind of freshness back a little bit. I know I can't show you the next 4 albums because they have nudie ladies on the front, but I can show you the back of the albums. This is a series called Come to Our Surprise Party by the Gatecrashers. The album is touted as being fun whether you're 19 or 90. It's pure party dynamite. Basically, what these albums are very jolly, kind of 70s, early 70s poppy reimaginings of 1920s and public domain songs.
Oh.
Like, imagine kind of lounge music. Imagine that style, but for like stuff that you could get on public domain license. Like, for example, The Yellow Rose of Texas, Green Sleeves, Bye Bye Blackbird. This is volume 2. Hello Dolly, La Bamba. It's literally just that. Albums and albums of that. There's 4 volumes. Like I say, I think every cover. Is there any covers that don't have a naked lady on the front?
That's how you know you got a good album, when you have a naked lady on the front.
Unfortunately, all of them contain women either in very revealing lingerie or with boobies out, so I can't show any of them, unfortunately, which is weird as well because, like I say, the albums themselves are the most inoffensive things you've ever heard in your life. It just sounds like somebody recording Muzak versions of public domain songs. But I've made it my life mission to try and get all 5 volumes. I've got 3 so far. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get the remaining 2 at some point in my life. The only rule is I'm not going to hunt them down on eBay. I want to find them in the wild.
Yeah.
One, probably the British fans will know.
The quality pop charts has started to build itself back up last year.
Oh yeah, no, completely agreed. Completely agreed. It's an interesting time, and I hope it keeps that momentum up. I hope we start getting more unique sounds breaking through.
Right.
And sort of getting up there. I don't know how well you'll know this artist, Kurt. UK people will almost certainly know him. It's one of only 2 albums he made. He made a load of EPs and sort of singles, but he only made 2 albums, and this is one of them. It's 5988 by Frank Sidebottom.
I've heard, but I don't think I've listened to.
Absolutely demented comedian in the best possible way. He used to thrive on chaos. One of my favourite stories about him, so his shtick was he would wear that large paper mache head everywhere he went, and no one really knew what he looked like under the head. And one of my favourite stories that I remember about him was that one night he was doing a performance at a town hall where Gary Glitter was performing the next night. And his roadies had been in the night before to set up all the pyrotechnics for Gary's show, and they told him, Frank, under no uncertain terms was he to go anywhere near the pyrotechnics or anywhere near any of Gary Glitter's kit. And Frank, the guy who played Frank, his name was Chris, swore on his mother's wings that he wouldn't touch any of the pyrotechnics, he wouldn't go near any of the band's equipment, he wouldn't do anything with Gary Glitter's setup, he wouldn't mess with it. The night of Frank's concert, he is launched through a trapdoor in the floor that was not his. All the pyrotechnics go off in one go and basically burn his head. He's running around on the stage with his head on fire. He trips over the drum kit and runs out of the theatre. He's chased by 2 security guards and the box office. What he does is he runs down the hallway into one of the gents' toilets out of view of the box office attendants, takes his head off and smashes it to pieces and flushes it down the toilet, and then walks out of the cubicle to the box office security staff, who ask him whether they've seen a man with a giant paper mache head run past, and he tells them no, he hasn't, and then he leaves the venue for the night. And he just,
that's so clever.
Oh yeah, just an incredible performer. They did a documentary about him a while ago called Being Frank, where they go in a lot more detail about both the comedian and the man behind the comedy. Very harrowing documentary in places, but really informative and very good. Also recommend it. Oh, and every vinyl LP he did came with a little comic book on the back that you could read.
Oh.
It's also a gatefold. He was a huge Beatles fan. He met 2 of the 4 Beatles, and as the gatefold for it, it was his attempt at doing Sgt. Pepper, basically. Surrounded by all the things that he loved.
Yeah,
very British comedy. But if you can get into it, it's very interesting. Just re-sleeve that. There we go. We're coming up to the end of box 2. And we got some hitters coming. We got some big ones coming up. So we'll kick things off. UK band called Fox. This is Tales of Illusion. They were kind of, again, electronic-y, folky band. Lead singer Nusha Fox was very smoky sounding voice. And they used to kind of sort of trade themselves on that kind of folk band persona, but really solid works. Some great tracks. Genuinely a real big fan. This was their second album, and I also had their first album, which was just self-titled Fox. Very kind of 70s funky, folky, electric, rocky stuff. It was nice. It was really just a solid band. Not a whole lot to say other than can recommend them. I think they're pretty solid as an artist. They only did 3 albums, unfortunately, which was a bit of a shame, but there you go. Want to hear again? I think you'll quite like, Kurt. It's Foreigner with Double Vision.
Oh.
A little bit of hot-blooded. This one again is from my dad's collection. I managed to sort of save it before it went into the skip. It's the pre I Want to Know What Love Is era Foreigner.
Yeah.
It's solid. It's a good album. I mean, I largely keep it for side 1, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. It's fair enough.
It is a pretty good rock album.
Yeah. From Foreigner to Snoopy, it's Flash Beagle on vinyl. I can tell you now. Oh yeah. I can tell you now. I spent 15 years tracking this album down. I ended up importing it from the States because it was the only place I could find a decent copy of it. But yeah, it's basically all of the music from the TV series. It's Flash Beagle Charlie Brown. It's just a really solid album. I really enjoy it. It's really poppy and upbeat, and the title track Flash Beagle was written by the same guy who sang the theme for the American Hero. Believe it or not. This is also a bit of a rare one. This is also the only piece of media where you hear Snoopy talk. He has like a full voice, and he does like a whole variety of bits. So yeah, it's a personal favourite. Next up, probably the only Fall album I'll ever own on vinyl, which is I Am Curious Orange. Again, rather nice little gatefold with a fair few bits and pieces included. It's probably their most consistent album, I would say. A lot of their albums are very kind of noise driven. This one kind of had the most sort of album structure to it, I would say. But yeah, I have a soft spot for it. I love a bit of Marky Smith, and this one comes with because originally it was a stage show that was adapted to a soundtrack instead, but this version was a reissue, and it comes with the original program that was given to people who attended the theatrical production of I Am Curious Orange. So yeah, it's good.
See, Liam says it's one of his favorite albums. The album with New Big Prince on it.
Agreed. It's probably my favorite Fall album, because it's just the one that kind of holds itself together the most solidly. But yeah. Title album from Erasure. Oh yeah, comes with the Respect, Chains of Love, all the main sort of Erasure hits that you would care to listen to. Yeah, I think this is my second or third copy. The first one I had had a really damaged sleeve. The second copy had a really scratched vinyl, and I've kind of built them together into a new copy that looks good and sounds good.
Kit bash a record.
Basically. But yeah, it's a good one. And the last 3 albums in this box are all Elvis albums.
Elvis.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, it's not my favourite era of Elvis, but again, they were from my dad's collection, and I really wanted to keep them because he was a huge Elvis fan. So it was Elvis, It Won't Seem Like Christmas Without You, followed by Elvis's Christmas album, followed by Elvis the Sun Collection,
Oh,
Um, yeah, so it's basically all your early Elvis. Now, I personally am more of a Tiger Man kind of 70s Elvis guy. 50s Elvis is all right, but it doesn't really do that much for me. Um, but you know what? I have a soft spot for these albums. Like I said, they were
I
part of
am
my
a
dad's collection.
sucker for the '50s Elvis.
Really?
Hmm
I
Well,
suppose it
because
kind
like
of.
most of the music I listen to, like the Beatles and stuff, were like really, even like Ozzy Osbourne was like really, well, not Ozzy Osbourne, that was the Beatles, but like the Ramones and all these other bands were like really inspired by like Elvis and shit.
True, true. I
I
mean, that
like
makes
that. I
sense.
like that. I like that. I like the rockabilly stuff a lot.
Yeah, yeah. See, that was why I kind of like 70s Elvis a little bit more because he takes that rockabilly sound of the 50s and kind of almost revisits it and gives it a bit of a sort of dusting off. You know, when you sort of hear like him doing a cover of Train Train from the 70s, listening back to his 50s version, it sounds a little thin. When he's got a full orchestra and the taking care of business band, and he's got all of that kind of fleshing it out, I feel like it just gives it that little bit more of a oomph. You know, you really get that kind of bounce,
Yeah.
you know, kind of additional to it. Although I can totally appreciate, you know, that the cultural impact that 50s Elvis certainly
Yeah.
had. So
See, Liam says his favorite's probably Perverted by Language, and he has a really soft spot for Shift Work. Also, probably their most accessible album.
yeah,
Elvis, but yeah.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, that was box one. Well, box two done.
Two.
Box one for us, but as Kurt happily picked, it was box one for us. I'm just going to need a quick second to swap boxes around because we're a little tight in here for space. So I may click my camera off just for a second whilst I.
I have to use the restroom real quick, so I will take advantage of this time that you swap boxes around to use the restroom real quick.
Not a problem at all,
You all
guys.
talk amongst yourselves. There will be a quiz after the questions.
Absolutely, we are going to take a very quick break, and we will be back real soon.
I absolutely did. 9.5. Random. So I'm talking to basically to myself.
You are indeed. Sorry, everybody. I muted my microphone during our
They
brief
all
interval.
think I'm crazy now. He's having conversations with himself.
About going to the bathroom. What a strange man. I don't trust his vinyl opinions anymore. Yes, so apologies for that. My mic was turned off. Welcome back. I've just swapped the battery around on my camera, so hopefully we won't have any more issues with that randomly seizing up. But yeah, we're back again to go through another box of records. I'm going to be here with you again, Kurt. So do you want to do box 1 or 3?
Let's do 1 this time.
An excellent choice. I believe this one has A to E in it, so that should hopefully be a few good ones. So kicking things off, we've got a double header here, which is Pearls by Elkie Brooks and Pearls 2 by Elkie Brooks. Basically compilations of some of her better songs. Again, very smoky singer, does a lot of kind of 70s groovy poppy tracks. Just a fantastic voice. I saw her live a few years ago, and she absolutely brought the house down. She was in her sort of late 70s at the time, was still just incredible. When she opened up her vocals, I compare her a little bit to Karen Carpenter in the sense of she has a very distinct voice that is just so warm and so kind of, unique. Just incredible. Really solid pair of albums. Her individual albums are a little hit and miss, but these compilations kind of pull the best in. So, yeah. Completely on board with those. For anybody here who is a Steely Dan fan, I have Donald Fagen's The Nightfly. Just again, a really nice album. I like that, and I like Kamakiriad as well. Just two very kind of solid albums in my opinion. And this is, I think, my 4th copy of The Nightfly. I listened to it until it went into the ground. I've had them for years, but I'm always on the hunt for a good clean copy of this album. So yeah. Next up, we have A Little Bit More by Dr. Hook. A little bit of slow romance, a little bit of nice kind of. I call it bar rock, but it's not really bar rock in the sense. It's the kind of thing that you would hear in a bar when it was a little bit slushy and it was getting into the late hours. I also have their Love Songs compilation, which is basically all of their sort of in the mood for love tracks, which I actually spun last night when I got my record player set up just to make sure it was all still working. And yeah, it sounds great. Sounds great. I've actually seen them live a couple of times as well, which is really nice. My partner didn't rate it that much. She said that they sounded really off, but I actually thought they sounded pretty good.
Williams has a lot of is it Kamiriad, or however you pronounce that?
Oh, Kamakiriad.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like the Seinfeld theme.
It does. It really does. It has got a lot of that kind of vibe to it. Donald Fagen is a very strange man, but in a good way.
Yes.
One that is very on brand for me, Divine's album, The Story So Far.
Oh.
Oh.
Does the one that has Walk Like a Man?
It does. It does. And the title track, You Think You're a Man.
Talk like a man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The title track, You Think You're a Man.
My best friend played that for me a couple years ago, and oh, God, it was so fun.
The whole album is just, it's pop with a side helping of cocaine, if ever there was one. It's just such a it's an album that could not be made at any other time. My favourite fact about this album was there was a track that was missed off it. Originally, Divine was supposed to record a single called Cha Cha Heels that was written by Eurasia.
Yeah.
But then, unfortunately, Divine passed away. So Eartha Kitt, of all people, got it and did the recording and charted quite well with it, in fact. But it's one of those songs where when you hear Eartha Kitt performing it, you can only hear Divine once you know that Divine was supposed to be the one singing it. Like, every single lyric is just so Divine-esque. It's really strange, but can recommend it. It's a fun little track. But yeah, no, absolutely. I also like the fact that on the back of the record she thanks John Waters.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a nice little touch. But yeah, 1984. Obvious one for me as a British person to own. It's Dexy's Midnight Runners with Tu Raye.
That's a good
probably
one.
Yeah, probably the best album. It's really solid. Just can't really complain about it. Come on, Eileen is fantastic. Gino is great.
That Simpsons joke. Oh, you beat Dexy's Midnight Runners. Well, that's not the last we'll ever hear of them.
Yeah. Completely agree. Yeah. No, it's solid. Jackie Wilson says is another really good one. Yeah, it's again really solid album. One from the 90s. I have De La Soul's 3 Feet High and Rising. Solid little Daisy. Daisy Age was a very brief window in rap, and I really got on with it. I really liked that era of kind of sparkly poppy rap where it was more thought driven than status driven. Unfortunately, De La only really did a couple of albums with this concept, and then they kind of went more into harder rap. But this album holds a real good place in my heart. It's got a good sense of humor about itself. The charisma is nice with it, and some of the tracks are just fantastic. This was the album that gave us 3 as the magic number. So yeah, I have a real soft spot for it. I have to be careful with what I show because I remember there's an explicit comic book somewhere on this, but. I mentioned Half Man, Half Biscuit not too long ago, and I also mentioned the Dean Friedman incident. So here's Dean Friedman's title album. Key track on there is Aerial, which is, again, just a really nice... He kind of writes... the best way to describe it is he's very New York. He is a very New York man, and he writes piano-y ballads that are very New York. It's probably the best way to describe it. But yeah, Aerial was his title track, and it is very New York in the 70s, is probably the best way to describe it. He then did his follow-up album, which was Well, Said the Rocking Chair, which I personally think is probably his best album. It's very fast-paced. It's got a nice kind of bluesy undertone to it. It's still basically sort of ballads and pop, but all the lyrics are very kind of a little bit downbeat, a little bit more emotive, and there's a lot of more thought put into the lyrics, and I have a real soft spot for that. And then
it's kind of a cool album cover.
It is. It really is. And the weirdest part is the more you look at it, the more you see Dean Friedman's face built into the sort of plasticine. Like, at first you just notice his face in the chair, but then you notice, oh wait, he's also the rug. He's also the electrical outlets. He's also in the floor. It's kind of wild. It's a bit of a shame, really, because that album was really... It felt like a development over his first album. And then he did his third album, which was Rumpled Romeo, which had his biggest hit, which was McDonald's Girl. But it's a bit of a safe album, in my opinion. It kind of goes back to his first album a little bit more, where it's just kind of poppy, very New Yorky sounding in the 70s stuff. It's fine enough, but like it kind of loses its bite a little bit compared to well. So there's that triptych. And now we get on to the bit that I'm sure most of you are most enjoyable, which is my David Bowie collection. So I have Let's Dance. Solid album. I personally prefer the version of Cat People that's on the album than the Giorgio Moroder single that came out. I prefer the poppier version personally. I have Scary Monsters, which I think it's probably my favorite David Bowie album of all time.
Yeah.
It's just the right sort of transition between this sort of electronic-y Berlin sounding music and going into a sort of poppy stuff. Um,
Right.
and you get good tracks like Fashion, Ashes to Ashes. Teenage Wasteland is probably my favorite Bowie track of all time. It's just a very, very moody album that I quite enjoy. I also have Lodger, which again uh, isn't my favourite album he's ever done, but I do like tracks like Red Money, and there's a few other bits and pieces on there that are kind of groovy. Heroes as well.
Of course, classic.
Classic album, some really nice stuff. Beauty and the Beast is a fantastic opening track, if ever there was one. You couldn't define an album any better than by opening with that. And then obviously you do have Heroes itself, which is solid. My second favourite David Bowie album of all time, Low, is just sound and vision in headphones on vinyl. Just, I don't believe in astral projection, but I feel I left my body at least a couple of times when that has hit just right with the groove.
Yeah.
Solid. Station to Station, again.
Another good one, yeah.
Rock solid choice. Young Americans. We're going to be here a while with the Bowie. I'm just going to put that up there. Young Americans, fantastic. His work with John Lennon and Luther Vandross on that album is next level. Diamond Dogs, which
that's a good one.
I do. I love a bit of Diamond Dogs. I was a bit of a latecomer to that one. I only really discovered it in the last sort of 5 to 10 years. But
yeah,
1984 is a fantastic track on that album. It's brief, but it's just got so much power behind it. Aladdin Sane, again, solid. I mean, I'm more of a personally, I am more of a Ziggy Stardust fan myself.
Yeah.
But Aladdin Sane is good and solid. You got the Gene Genie on there, which is great.
That's probably my favorite Bowie song was Gene Genie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The only one I haven't got yet is Pinups. I need to get a copy of Pinups. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but you know, if I've got all of these, I might as well grab Pinups at some point for it.
Just to be a completionist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as well, Aladdin saying the title track is good. Lady Grinning Soul, fantastic. It's a solid album. I mean, I've always lent a little bit more towards Ziggy because he references my good friend Kanye West on the album, but but no, I love. Well, I mean, there's a reason I have them all on vinyl. I love Bowie's sort of 70s into the early 80s run. I really need to pick up the Labyrinth soundtrack and Tonight as well at some point. And rounding it off is Hunky Dory.
Hunky Dory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just a solid run of albums. Really, I can't fault him, honestly. A fantastic musician. I really need to get his last 2 albums. I've got The Next Day on CD and I've got Lazarus on download, but I would love to own them on vinyl at some point.
Yeah.
Because they're just incredible works. They really are.
So Liam says that Low is probably his favorite Bowie album of all time.
Agreed. It's definitely up there. It's nice because it's still got that bit of slight funk swing from Young Americans, but it's definitely moving in a new direction. Tracks like A New Career and A New Town are just amazing. His work with Brian Eno during that period was quite fantastic. Really was.
Yeah.
I need to get more Eno in my collection as well. That's another sort of black hole.
I need some more Roxy music in my
oh yeah.
I don't have any Roxy music in my collection.
I've got a few singles, but I haven't got any albums. I would love to get Avalon if I could. But yeah. I've got Virginia Plain and a few other singles, but I haven't got any albums. It's a bit of a downer, really.
I have a couple of his like electronic, like his I think it was like like public domain music to use for like malls or whatever.
Oh yeah,
it was on the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack.
Yes.
Energy Fuels the Magician and some other instrumental track that he did that I have on both on digital and on record because I have the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack in my collection.
Nice, nice. Well, we might encounter that one in a little bit myself. I don't know which box it's in, but I do have that one sitting here somewhere. A bit of a downgrade. Some people like it, but a bit of a downgrade from David Bowie. I have Cyndi Lauper with She's So Unusual.
She is so unusual.
She is quite unusual. I think everybody's heard the story of the bird at one of her gigs by now. That's usually the one that always... It's kind of become her Richard Gere story.
Yeah.
But I think she is an interesting person, is probably the best way to put it. But this was one
a good album.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, this was one I found in a charity shop. I think it cost me like £2. And I thought, you know what? It's worth it for that. I'll have it for that. Oh, now this one is in a bad shape. This one is in a bit of a bad way. But it was cheap, and that's why I've ended up picking it up. It's the Communards. They did Don't Leave Me This Way. It cost me 50p, and it's a really solid little sort of 80s pop album, but it is absolutely tated. The sleeve is basically a gatefold when it wasn't supposed to be a gatefold. The record itself is quite heavily scratched as well, but you know, it's better than not having a copy. So
yeah,
I grabbed that one. I'm going to lose some points for this one on the cool scale. I have a copy of Cliff Richard's Wired for Sound. Everybody loves a bit of Cliff. Wired for Sound was the reason I picked that track up, because Wired for Sound as a track is actually pretty banging. Not going to lie, I think it slaps as a little poppy hit. He didn't put it out as a single, so I had to buy the whole album, and I just found it was like, okay, yeah, I like that track. I'll pick that up. It was a bit of a Paul Young situation.
Out Cliff.
Cliff, you really are a cliff. When people try to push
I'm not
you,
a bridge, you know.
And with that, we go into my Carpenters. Much appreciated. And with that, we go into my Carpenters collection. So get prepared for this one. So we have.
Yes, tomorrow, and birds suddenly appear.
You need to call Senor Ding Dong. So I have the Carpenters singles 1974 to 78, and I'm going to have to cover this one up because whilst it doesn't look very reflective on the video, the light that is lighting this set is currently blinding me because it's hitting the reflective thingy and hitting me straight in the face. It's good and solid. I also have the singles collection 1969 to 1973.
Yeah.
I also have a copy of Now and Then, which is just solid. I have a real soft spot for Karen Carpenter as a vocalist. An incredible,
she had a beautiful voice.
Absolutely. And the work that they
drummer
did.
Too.
Oh yeah, phenomenal drummer. Have you seen that clip of her on that TV special in '69?
Yep, doing the drum solo.
Yeah, just like full on going for it. It's incredible. Whenever they used to do live shows, just as a bit of a party trick, they'd get Karen to do some drum solos when they came back from the interval and just blow people away. Yeah, I have Horizon as well, which those are all ones, and probably the one that people most look for. I also have Close to You, the earlier albums, but yeah, just an incredible band, and it's such a sad story what happened with her, honestly.
Yeah.
So, you know,
never fat shame people, folks.
No, do not do that. That is very, very wrong. But yeah. On a more upbeat note, The Buggles, Age of Plastic.
Ooh.
An
album so synonymous with the 80s that it came out in 1979.
Bom, 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 bom.
Well, I think it came out in 79 in Australia. I don't know what year it came to the States.
In fact, I can check the copyright label on it, because this is an original print. It is 1980 in the UK from Island Records.
Yeah, but it just gets like, again, it's synonymous with the 80s because the video killed the radio star.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, whenever whenever I hear this album, my immediate thing is to think of that George Bush episode of The Simpsons where he's writing his memoir and he was like, "As I had written the greatest 80s pop album of the 80s, there was no need for any more." um, Stumbled on this one completely out of the blue. It's not been an easy one to find. I got it for £10 in a record shop in Liverpool about 15 years ago. Lord knows how much it costs now. It's in regular rotation. It's just such a great little album, and it's a real shame Trevor Horn ended up going into production work rather than going into more music, because they only did 2 albums as the Buggles.
Yeah.
And both of them are great. I would have really loved to see what they did with the style. But then I suppose they probably knew when to get out while the going was good. So
yeah.
Here's another one where I bought it for 1 track, and I'm pretty sure everybody will know which track it was. It's Bruce Hornsby in The Range with The Way It Is. It's just because I like That's Just the Way It Is. It's a fun, nice little track. And it always reminds me of the 1986 Elvira Halloween special, because they advertised it like 3 or 4 times across the whole runtime for it. It keeps popping up. It's also one of those tracks that sounds a lot better in analog than in digital, because the analog has a slight warble to it, and that warble just gives it that edge. But yeah, I don't have much to say about Bruce Hornsby. He's probably an alright person, but I like The Way It Is. So that, yeah. This is one I've never actually got round to listening to, but again, I saw the cover for it and thought, I'm going to buy that. It's Bram Tchaikovsky with Strange Man, Changed Man.
I think I've heard of this one.
No, I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know anything about it. I picked it up purely based on that cover and the fact that on the back of the album, it looks like 3 people desperately trying to be as 80s as possible. It's apparently a little bit... Yeah, basically, it's...
Coke and vote for Ronald Reagan.
They're auditioning for Portlandia.
Heard a bird on it.
But yeah, I don't know anything about this album. I picked it up purely for the cover, and I should really check it out at some point. But
good night, James. Enjoy. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things and Dead of Night.
Absolutely. Take care, man, and thanks for jumping on. It's much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, man. See ya. Let's see. Liam says the Yes albums where Trevor Horn and Jeff Downs replaced John Anderson and Rick Wakeman. Drama is superb. My favorite Yes album, actually.
Nice. I need to get into Yes
I always
more.
forget that. I always forget that Trevor Horn and Jeff Downs were in Yes.
Yeah. One of the biggest facts that I know is that Trevor Horn did a lot of production work for Robbie Williams. He basically produced all of the big hits for Robbie. But yeah, no, he's relatively quiet these days. He occasionally pops up for like charity gigs and stuff. On here as well, the Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops, which has the song Rat Trap on it, which was the track that knocked Grease out of the charts in 1979 after an iconic 4-month chart ownership.
Jeez.
Yeah, basically, You're the One That I Want and Summer Loving were stuck on the number 1 and number 2 slots in the UK charts for literally months. A few years ago, they started reshowing old episodes of Top of the Pops, which was kind of like our sort of pop show over here.
Yeah.
And every week for 4 months, it was like, it's those bastards again. Get rid of them.
That's why Old Grey Whistle Test is superior to Top of the Pops, because Old Grey Whistle Test didn't have to do that shit.
No, Old Grey Whistle Test would quite happily get, like, a man whose only experience was playing the tuba and then remixing it 18 times. And you know what? I'd be happy with that. with the very whispering cornflake himself. Oh,
Oh, Bob Harris.
what's he whispering? Who can say?
Who can say?
So we got another little run of artists here. I'm a big fan of the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band. They did a lot of work with the Pythons. They wrote Neil Innes, who was one of the main writers and lyricists for the Bonzos, did work for Eric Idle with the Ruttles movie. And
okay.
this band was and this band were quite a big influence on Chris Guest, who obviously did Spinal Tap.
Right.
So what the Bonzos did, they were led by Vivian Stanshall, who was an actual madman, just genuinely a nutty guy, really, really cool, but like genuinely not very well levels of nutty. The Beatles were a big fan of the Bonzos as well. They used to record albums together, like they were in the same studios recording at the same time. So there was a famous one where Neil Innes was hanging around with Paul McCartney because they were good friends, and Neil asked Paul what he was working on. He said, "Oh, we got this album going. It's called Sergeant Pepper. We think it's going to be quite good." And Neil sat and listened to them record a few session takes with it, and was like, "Oh, that's great." And then he had to go back to his band where they were recording a cover of a 1920s public domain song called "I'm Going to Bring a Watermelon to My Girl Tonight." It's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" "Oh, good morning, good morning." "Great, I'm doing some comedy 20s music." Great. So this is the Bonzos. They had a wild discography, some really cool little tracks on here, and their first album was called Gorilla, which they dedicated to King Kong, who must have been a really decent bloke. That's not the original artwork. They did a reissue of it in the 80s where they changed the artwork a little bit. The original was this art in full, and the word gorilla was in red, but this one was like, £20 cheaper. So I was like, I'm going to just go for this one. Oh, that's better. They then followed that up with The Donut in Granny's Greenhouse. Which again has some really great hits. Now, in the UK, they did an album called Tadpoles, which is like a yellow album with their faces all on it. But in the US, they released a much, much cheaper album called I'm the Urban Spaceman, which is basically the same album, just with a different cover. And again, it's like 20 quid cheaper. So I was like, I'm not going to quibble that. And then they did 2 more albums after this, but I only have one of the 2. This one was called Keynsham, which again is a very surreal album. A lot of it was very very high concept, kind of acid rock is probably the best way to describe it. It was a mixture of acid rock and 1920s whimsy.
Best combination right there.
Oh yeah. You know, if you like the Charleston and the Jitterbug as played by, you know, the people who attended Woodstock '67, you're probably going to be in a good place. But yeah, I highly recommend the Bonzos, and I recommend Vivian Stanshall as well, who was the lead singer. He did a couple of solo albums that are ludicrously nutty, just all over the place. He'd do hardcore rock, he'd do pop, he'd do country, he'd do folk, he'd do just monologues where he'd play characters who were just bizarre. Just an all-round great guy, dead unique. I don't think there'll ever be anyone quite like him again. Getting into the mainstream a little bit more, I do also have a copy of Parallel Lines by Blondie.
Classic Blondie album.
Absolutely. Covers some of the bases. I don't think it has Atomic on there, but it does have.
I think Atomic was the next album.
Yeah, this one has Hanging on the Telephone, One Way or Another, Sunday Girl, Heart of Glass. It's just a solid album, I would say. It's just the job. Now, a band that existed in the UK and really changed the party scene was a band called Black Lace. And Black Lace infamously wrote the worst album I have ever heard in my life. But they also wrote basically every party song that was played through speakers between 1985 and 2002.
Okay.
So this is a compilation album of all of their hits. It's called Party Party. My camera battery has died again. Let me just click that
Again.
back off and click that back on. Take a shot every time this happens, dear viewer.
I don't have any booze on me.
My booze is just out of reach. It's just above my signed picture of Tommy Wiseau.
Mine's in the shoebox underneath my bed. I have a bottle of Crown Royal and a bottle of Jim Beam.
Some days are a Crown Royal day. Some days are a Beam day.
Yeah. Party.
Party, and look at these guys. They're having a real good time, I can tell you that much. So yeah, this is a party album. It's 16 tracks of party classics. And like I say, these guys were an institution, basically. If you were born in the 70s or early 80s and you grew up through the 80s or 90s, you have basically never been to a party where one of these tracks hasn't been played. Agadoo, Superman, the Birdie Song, Hands Up, Do the Conga. These guys wrote the party system, and it was so good that they did a sequel called Party Party 2, which also features in the Navy.
Having that much fun in the cover.
Yeah, they didn't do a Party Party 3 because they said they had done too much partying, unfortunately. They were partied out. One of them died last year, so no more party. So they did these two albums, which, like I say, were a cultural institution in England and the UK through the 80s and 90s, but they also did the worst album I have literally ever heard, and it's an album I would love someone like Todd in the Shadows to cover at some point. It's called The Blue Album, obviously referencing the Beatles' White Album, and the entire premise of it was, hey, people liked Party Party and Party Party 2. Why don't we do a Party Party album where we take all of the tracks from Party Party and Party Party 2 and re-record them, but make them as dirty as possible?
Oh God!
That's the whole album. It's just every single track is just a popular song that they wrote, rewritten so that everything is about having sex, doing drugs, or like spaffing on somebody in various parts of their body. It was so explicit, it got banned in the UK and was only available to purchase in Spain.
Oh, good God.
And the reason why it was only available to purchase in Spain was twofold. One, because they relocated their studios to Spain so that they could record the album. And two, was because they knew that holidaymakers who would basically spend their entire holiday listening to these two albums on a loop would find the Blue Album in their sort of various sort of supermarkets and shops and go, hey, and pick it up and bring it home. Let me pull up a quick track list on this because the titles really are creative. You have tracks such as here we are, with such hits including When Amazon Music Decides to Behave. So they do a version of Agadoo called Have a Screw. They do they did a song called Superman, which they renamed to Supercock. Do the Conga became Do the Condom. They did a version of the Locomotion that they called the Poker Motion. They did a song called Wigwam Bam, which they changed to Big Man Sam. You can guess what they were talking about was so big. They did the Hokey Cokey, which they renamed the Hokey Pokey. And they ended the song with their one original song that they wrote for the album that actually went on to be a bit of a success called We're Having a Gangbang. Worst album I've ever heard in my life. I like these two albums. These two albums are kind of catchy and fun. The Blue Album is horrendous. Is just awful.
Oh boy.
Moving on from Black Lace, I think we've had enough party. Yeah. I'm going to show you my one Billy Joel album, which is An Innocent Man.
Oh.
I got it for £1. It has Uptown Girl on it.
That's fair. I do not like that song.
No, but I got it for £1.
I have the only Billy Joel album I have in my record collection is 52nd Street.
Nice. Yeah, it's a good solid one. Yeah. I think Billy Joel is one of those people who screams for a compilation album. Like, I can't think of any album of his that makes me go, ooh, but if you like put 10 tracks on a CD of his best stuff, I could probably get into that. So, yeah. From Billy Joel to Billy Bragg, a big socialist folk acoustic singer in the UK, I have Life's a Riot with Spy versus Spy. Big champion for the people is Billy Bragg, proper socialist values. And this album is entirely just him, an acoustic guitar, and a microphone. That's it. And there's some really great tracks on there. It's kind of funny, really, the story of how he made it big. He was a busker for a number of years. He would just play outside tube stations in London. And he was listening to BBC Radio at 10 o'clock at night, and John Peel had come on to do his sort of evening show. And over the radio, he basically said, and if anybody's out there who's anywhere near a curry house, I could murder a mushroom booner. And then he played a record. So what Billy Bragg did was he ran to an Indian takeaway, got a mushroom curry, got on the train, went to the BBC, they let him in, and then John Peel had him in the studio, and he, like, while he was eating his curry, he was just like, play us some tracks, Billy. And that was how he made it big. He played like this entire album basically live on the radio, and John Peel really liked him, so he gave him a recording session at the BBC where he recorded the album professionally, and that launched his career basically. It went from there to there, and he's had quite a successful career over the years. So
that's awesome.
It's all Now I mentioned a while ago when we were talking about the House Martins that the big band to kind of keep an eye on is the Beautiful South, Paul Heaton's band that he did after the House Martins, and I have a few of those here now. So the first album the South ever did was Welcome to the Beautiful South, which that cover art is quite wonderful. It got banned. It got replaced with 2 pictures of a teddy bear. Because we're not allowed to advertise smoking. We're certainly not allowed to advertise putting a gun in your mouth.
No.
But yeah, a very scathing album, very upbeat. It's more electronic than the way that the band would develop, but it's got a very distinct sound. That was then followed up by Choke, which goes a bit more big band. It's got a bit more of a swing to it. There's a bit more sort of horn sections, a bit more rhythm going in there. It's a bit of a different beast. The best way to describe the next album, which was 0898, is Cocaine. It sounds that way. It's just very, very sharp, very focused, very precise electronic music. But it's got some very dark topics like alcoholism, suicide, misogyny is all covered in this album in great detail. There's a reason why so many people kind of champion him, because he really doesn't pull his punches in these albums. They get very kind of deep. And this is probably one of the rarest vinyls that I own in my collection. It's a vinyl copy of their 4th album, Meow, which was only available in HMV stores in 1994. And I got mine for a pretty good price, but normally it goes for anywhere between £80 and £100. I got mine for, I think it was about 30, which was pretty good.
That's nice.
And that's probably one of my favourite albums that they produced as well. It's they fully embrace orchestral music, and it's kind of a rockier, poppier orchestral piece rather than being electronic. And that's the album where they kind of found their groove. And then the next 10 albums that they did after this were all kind of developing that style from this. So it took them 3 albums to find their feet, but once they got their feet under the table, they really kind of went for it.
Yeah.
Do recommend them. The House Martins, The Beautiful South, both are really good. And we're going to get into a section I think you'll probably like here, Kurt, after this one, so I'll get this one out of the way. So this is Solid Gold Hits by the Beastie Boys, because, you know, I am a true OG,
which is a
if
good
nothing
one.
Else. Oh, yeah. It covers everything.
I love the Beastie Boys.
Oh, agreed. agreed. And one of my Grail finds, if I can ever try and find a copy, is License to Ill. I would love to get License to Ill on
Oh,
vinyl at some point.
great album.
Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't seen it yet, and I often try and find these things in the wild if I can. But yeah, just really solid. And in the absence of not owning License to Ill, Solid Gold Hits covers quite a few of the big hits. You know, you get
Yeah.
one of my favorite parts of that is the album flip on one of these double vinyls is Intergalactic. So you flip the vinyl and immediately get hit in the face with Intergalactic.
Nice.
Which is just, yeah, it's great. It's great. So, and now we get into my Beatles collection.
Ooh.
So I'm just going to reorganize these slightly because we're a little all over the place. Now, I don't own a tremendous amount of Beatles on vinyl, but I do have a few. Starting off with Rubber Soul, which it jostles between my first and third favourite album they ever did.
Yeah.
Like, some days I listen to it and I go, my god, that is an incredible folky album. Really solid work, just genuinely great. And then other days I kind of listen to it and go, you know what, I'm not feeling that today. So it just kind of sits there. I also have Revolver, which is my favourite Beatles album of all time.
Oh, I was going to say that period, the India period of the Beatles discography is some of the best pop music.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agreed. It's just such a unique time where four people have been so perfectly in tune with a vision.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not to downplay George Martin either, who frankly did some ludicrous work. I mean, the story of how they wrote Tomorrow Never Knows is insane, where they were having like reel-to-reel set up between studios that were just playing long loops of recordings, and just like people were walking into the studio and just finding like reams of reel-to-reel tape passing between studio booths because they wanted to. Just insane, but fantastic.
Triff wants to know if we need bug spray if we have so many Beatles, and would you use mayo to get rid of the Beatles?
Well, you see, mayo is the friend of Beatles, so if anything, that might bring more of them. Maybe a hearty ranch or a stern talking to might see them off. But yeah, no, Revolver is fantastic. It's just it's such an explosive album in terms of like creativity. It's just shooting off in every possible direction. You know, and that's not even mentioning that they got Ringo in to sing a few tunes. You know. Obviously, you know, Vinyl Collect. Oh yeah, obviously Vinyl Collector have to have Sgt. Pepper. I came into it fairly late though. I didn't pick my copy of Sgt. Pepper up until probably about 2 or 3 years ago.
I didn't have it on vinyl, but I had it on CD when I was a teenager, and I listened to the hell out of it.
Oh, I can imagine.
Sgt. Pepper's. I freaking loved Sgt. Pepper's when I was in the 7th grade.
Oh yeah. See, when I was growing up, I was more into the Beach Boys, going through that sort of Pet Sounds Smile type era stuff. But the Beatles were always there in the background. They always, always had a hold. It's an incredible album, really. And I mean, have you heard the recent remasterings of them by Giles Martin?
I have not.
Oh, they're on YouTube. They're all on YouTube and they're all uncompressed as well, and it sounds incredible. They basically went back to the original master tapes, recaptured them all in high fidelity, and then remixed the album for modern audiences. So you can hear, like, whereas some of the mixing on these older albums was a little bit crude, they sort of hard veer into the left and right channels. They've split all the instruments out now, so they actually properly occupy each space on the left and right channel of the speakers. Transitions are so much smoother, all the vocals are crystal clear. It sounds like they've scraped a layer of crud off every single album. I think they're doing Revolver next. The last one they did was Rubber Soul, but I think they're doing Revolver next. So. Speaking of those Giles Martin remasters, that then leads me to my last Beatles album, which is Abbey Road.
Abbey Road.
Just a gorgeous album.
Should have been the end for the Beatles.
Should have been.
If they could have just ended on Abbey Road, it would have just been, they just would have hitting a grand slam in your last at bat in baseball.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh god, such a perfect Beatles album.
Oh yeah, No, completely. Just hit by hit, title by title. There isn't a bad one in the entire run. Even Her
Got to
Majesty.
see there's this British, or there's like this British they're called the Mercy Beatles.
Oh yeah.
They used to come through here. They used to play they play a gig at this little small roundabout theater in the next town over from me, and my dad and I would help set up their gig and stuff.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
one year they played Abbey Road in its entirety.
Jeez. I know that they have came locally to us as well at some points, because they toured. They sort of,
if you get a chance to see them.
Yeah. Well, they do a year in the UK, and then they do a year. I think it's a year in the UK, a year in Europe, and a year in the US, and they sort of cycle those 3 years.
Yeah. If you ever get a chance to see the Mercy Beatles, definitely do it, because they are worth every penny, because they are probably the best Beatles tribute band there is.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's a good show. I mean, the thing is as well, if they can capture that charisma, it pays for itself basically. So, no, absolutely, very solid. And it's just such a shame we go back to Phil Spector with Let It Be. Who basically just mashed everything into a wall of sound mold and went, "That's a Beatles album, pay me." And then when they said, "That doesn't sound right," he just put a gun on the table and said, "Pay me."
Pay me now.
So as a weird little side corridor in Beatles history, I do also own this album. I had it on cassette tape originally, but I bought the vinyl. It's Sgt. Pepper Knew My Father. And it was produced by the music magazine NME, and it was for a charity for Childline. And basically, it's Sgt. Pepper, but performed by contemporary artists of the time. So, for example, you've got Wet 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 doing a few tracks. Frank Sidebottom, who I mentioned earlier, does Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. You got Billy Bragg. The Fall does Day in the Life, which is just an incredible cover. It's one of the few covers where I would say, given it's the Beatles, that they may have actually surpassed them. Because Day in the Life is an incredible song, but The Fall is such a loud, aggressive band that when it goes into the loud, aggressive parts of Day in the Life, it's like disorientingly aggressive. But yeah, no, it's a great little album, and it was surprisingly hard to find a copy of it, especially one that still had the ribbon with it, because that ribbon normally just got shredded or fell off. You got Sonic Youth doing Within You Without You.
Ooh.
Yeah. What else you got? Wet 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 did With a Little Help from My Friends. Got Hue and Cry. Courtney Pine with When I'm 64. The Triffids did Good Morning, which is weird because they're plants.
They'll get their day someday.
Or even their night. I have a couple of Beach Boys albums here. When I was growing up, I was a big Beach Boys fan. But it's difficult to collect Beach Boys albums because, unlike the Beatles, where every album is like track solid basically throughout, the Beach Boys are a little bit more scattershot with the success stories. So I can't show it on the video because it's over in the other side of the room, but I have the deluxe Smile vinyl box set that came out a few years ago when they completely ground up remastered the Smile album. It's a 6 vinyl box set.
Jesus.
Yeah, it covers everything. And it's also, I think it's like 12 CDs. It's basically every single recording for the Smile session that took place between 1966 and 1968.
Oh, wow.
It's just everything. It's the most comprehensive. They reassembled the album as close as they can get using the recordings that they have, but some of it got lost because they literally stored the master tapes in Brian Wilson's cupboard for a few years.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a really nice box set. It goes for a pretty song at the minute, but the presentation of the box as well as a 3D diorama of the album art, which is really nice. So I can't part with it, unfortunately, but it's a great set and it's really solid. What I can show you is I do have a copy of Pet Sounds.
Paul McCartney's favorite album.
Yeah, it's a really nice album. I do agree with McCartney when he says that God Only Knows is one of the greatest love songs ever written.
Oh God, it is one of my favorites.
It's just a really solid album that was written almost entirely off an anecdote from Brian Wilson, where his mum told him that animals pick up on vibes and senses, and that
Yeah.
even if you aren't expressing an emotion, dogs and cats can pick up on whether you're happy or you're sad or whatever. So he just wrote an entire album about it, um, which is fabulous. I have such a soft spot for Brian Wilson. It's a shame he's not very well at the minute, but
I know.
yeah, but yeah, that's pretty solid.
Meanwhile, Mike Lowe is still very much a thing. Mike Love, not Mike Lowe.
Yeah, the thing that always gets me is I can't. I didn't have any respect for Mike Love before COVID, but when he released his COVID album, like Brian Wilson may have done a rap song in the '90s, but he didn't write an anti-COVID song.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I can't show the cover for this one because it has a lady's bottom in bikini trunks, and YouTube is a Puritan platform. But it's the very best of the Beach Boys, Volume 1.
Oh.
It's literally just a compilation of the best of tracks from their early 60s stuff. Again, collecting the Beach Boys solo, like individual albums, is a little bit messy because the UK had some tracks missing off the album that the US versions have, and it's vice versa as well. There are some UK albums that have singles on them that the US albums didn't get.
Right.
So it just becomes a bit of a mess. And to be completely honest, the best ofs kind of mop up everything that you would want to hear up to Pet Sounds.
Right.
What was a real stinker is this is Volume 1, and as it advertises up there, if you buy this album, you get Volume 2 free. Didn't get Volume 2.
Yeah.
Just got Volume 1. So, yeah.
False advertising.
Very much so. Apparently this was part of the Staffordshire County Library. Cool. Mine now. Barry White's greatest hits.
Oh, baby.
When I want to play it low and slow. Ooh,
I just want to know, does it have his song he sang in the Whacking Day episode of The Simpsons? He said that snake version of Can't Get Enough of Your Love.
Absolutely. Well, this album is funktastic in the best possible way. It I don't want to say he sounds porny, but my God, man, just an incredible album.
Yeah.
Another one that I could recommend, and it's a bit of a deep cut, it's 80s pop. It's The Associates with Silk. Billy Mackenzie was, again, a very progressive gentleman, Scottish, and they wrote a handful of very, very solid, not electro, pop albums through the 80s. This one is probably their best known. It's got some tracks like Party Fears 2, which is incredible. He was a really talented singer. Unfortunately, he also had a lot of very severe mental health issues. What tipped him over the edge, he eventually took his own life. What tipped him over the edge was he was very close to his mum, and his mum passed away. And then his dog died a couple of days later, and his dog was like the only other family he'd got left.
When it rains, it pours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And an incredible voice, a really strong range as well. He could hit incredibly high and incredibly low notes, and he really used that to his advantage through these hits. They were quite successful in the UK. They kind of fit in with the Heaven 17 crowd a little bit. But yeah, this is probably the best album. I got it in Yorkshire, and I recommend it. It's a very optimistic album from a very sad person.
Yeah.
This one's going to lose me some points, but I don't care. It's Variations by Andrew Lloyd Webber.
He's got more blood than the average person.
He is indeed. So this isn't his like stage show tunes. Basically, he did an album with his brother, who was a cellist, where basically they took classic compositions and tried to modernize them. So it was like, what if Mozart had existed in 1976? And that's all this album is it's just a variety of those kind of tracks. I mainly picked it up because there's one particular track called theme Paganini Caprice in A minor number 24, which was the theme of a very popular UK TV show called The South Bank Show. And it's like a really, they really bigged it up. The track gets a lot more sort of rocky, punky popness to it. It's a very catchy track. But the rest of the album is relatively solid. I'm not a big Andrew Lloyd Webber fan personally, mainly because he's a Tory, but yeah. But I didn't get
he is a Tory, isn't he?
He is, yes. Yeah, he doesn't live in England, but they fly him out to vote.
I remember seeing some videos on Twitter about him like supporting like Brexit and shit.
Yeah. So I don't really support Andrew Lloyd Webber, but this album was 50p in a charity shop bin, and I'm pretty sure that he is never going to get a penny of that. So
he gets 1 penny for it.
Yes, basically, he literally gets 1 red cent. Who thought about it? So take that, Lloyd Webber, you bastard. And tying off this box, we have 3 records left, 2 more Christmas albums, and this, High Voltage by AC/DC.
Me love some AC/DC.
Oh yeah, me do too. I have, it's on the other side of the room and I can't get it because it's in a frame, but I have Back in Black and Highway to Hell as well. I took the records out, I've got them stored away. But High Voltage is a great album. It's so solid.
Oh, it's a solid hard rock album.
Absolutely. And the vinyl version, it's mind-blowing. If you get a good set of speakers and you put the vinyl version on, those basses and that guitar, the lows, the depth of the range is incredible. Yeah. It's just, you hear the whole guitar, you know?
Yeah.
I'm still on the hunt for a good copy of Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap.
That's another good one.
But yeah, my partner got me into AC/DC. I was never really a big fan, but she absolutely loved AC/DC, and she introduced me to Bon Scott, who very much seems like a character from my own heart.
Yeah, he definitely was a character.
Oh yeah, any man who can go around... There's a reason
why when they first made an appearance on like Australian TV, he wore like a Pro Girls outfit with like a pigtail wig, singing "Baby Please Don't Go."
Anybody who can go "oh" on a rock album and be seen as a god is all right in my books.
Yeah, my mom's a big AC/DC fan. She was like a teenager when like these albums came out here in the States, like High Voltage and Dirty Deeds, so she like got into it pretty hard.
Oh, absolutely.
So we listened to a lot of AC/DC, like AC/DC and Van Halen and some other stuff as a kid.
See, this was one of those things that caught me. Yeah, this was one of those things that caught me off guard, really, in terms of stories that my dad told me about many, many years after the fact, having never mentioned it before. So my partner brought up to him just in passing that she was a big AC/DC fan, and bearing in mind my dad was basically Elvis, Johnny Cash, Roy Orbison, Doctor Who. That was his music, that was the thing he liked. And he goes, oh yeah, I saw AC/DC live a couple of times. And my partner was like, what? And he was like, oh yeah, I saw him live. And she's like, what do you mean? He goes, oh, well, I used to work as a roadie, because he worked at a confectionery factory, basically, and his job was to take big boxes of sweets and chocolates and drinks to gig venues and sort of drop them off. And sometimes if he was doing a late delivery, the theatre would let him sort of hang around and watch the show if he wanted to stay. So he got to see like tons of bands. But the thing was, he never told any of us this until about 5 years ago. Just completely dropped out of the blue, and he was like, yeah, no, I saw AC/DC with Bon Scott, and I saw the original lineup of Iron Maiden, and I saw Slade a couple of times. And yeah, and I'm just sitting there like, what? He's like, yeah. And I turned to my mum and said, is that true? And he went, yeah. I was like, how could you? I've been walking this earth for decades at this point. Why am I learning this now? My partner was incredibly jealous because she would have loved nothing more than to see the Bon Scott lineup of AC/DC. He just saw them twice, and the only thing he could say was, yeah, they were right. Bit loud. They were right.
I'm more impressed he got to see Iron Maiden with Paul Di'Anno as the singer.
Well, this is it, just like he said, oh, well, they were all, every single one he said they were all right, but that was because, like I say, he was more of an Elvis Johnny Cash person, so from his perspective, he was just kind of standing there watching and being like, okay, well, whatever. It's like you realise who you were stood like 10 foot away, because he was backstage basically, because like I say, they were loading in from the back, the same place where the bands would load in.
Yeah.
His biggest claim to fame was he got to have a pint with Noddy Holder, because whilst he was loading into the bar, the band came to the bar. And they were just like, I'll buy you a pint, son. And he sat down with them and just had a bit of a chat, and apparently they were very nice to him. But, like, all of this just came out of a random conversation. He never mentioned anything about it for the entire time I was alive until that one moment.
That's awesome.
It's like hiding that you hung out with Elvis for a couple of years. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, well, he was fine.
Yeah, I met Elvis.
It's a chill guy, just keep him away from the guns, and he's happy. So yeah. Next one, very traditional album. It's White Christmas by Bing Crosby.
Oh, Bing.
That's good, Bing. Yeah, he's a happy soul. This album I actually had to repair because the cover was completely split open on all sides, and the record had a great big scratch down it. So I did some sonic cleaning on it and got it resealed, and it sounds great now.
It's a good album. It's a good Christmas album.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I picked it up last Christmas, just a bit too late to actually enjoy it during Christmas, so I'm hoping to get some use out of it this year.
Right.
And finishing off this box, it wouldn't be Christmas without Christmas with Red Sovine.
Oh, you got the Red... Oh, you did tell me you had Red Sovine on record. Hey, kids, you like your seasonal holiday depression with a more fitting soundtrack? Well, here it is.
Hey, kids, do you like your Christmas to be filled with stories of dying children and fathers who decide they're not doing Christmas, then have a change of heart, buy the presents, and get hit by a train before they can deliver the presents?
Well, here's Red Sovine.
One of the things that I found out about this album, and it was only after I bought it that I found out about this album, is there's a song on here called "Well, Here It Is Christmas."
Yes, I love that one so much.
Yeah. The version that's on YouTube is a re-record. Basically, apparently there must have been some feedback or notes, because the album version, the version that's on this vinyl, he's even more upset sounding and depressed. Like, all the way through.
Oh, God.
Like the YouTube version, he's kind of just a wistful sigh. He's like, well, here it is Christmas.
Here it is
and
Christmas.
After 10 years together, our love ran away. Whereas on the album version, on this version, he's like, so, here it is Christmas. I hope you're doing alright. I can hear the train coming now. Just one of the great unspoken Christmas albums. If you've never listened to Christmas with Red Sovine, fix that immediately.
I think I remember describing him when you first told me about Red Sovine. When I saw the picture of him, I said he looked like the kind of guy that would hang out at the dive bar in the Midwest that like Triv and I would see if we were at one of the local dive bars in our Midwestern towns.
Absolutely.
Like a leisure suit and weird button up. He's got the glasses graying, and he acts like he's hot shit.
He's got several stories to tell, but none of them are really any good. But they're all very sad.
They're all involved with him getting drunk off a Billy beer.
Any of the stories that he tells, if they'd have happened now, would have given him a charge sheet. But yeah, just an incredible artist. Just I've never heard anything like it.
Died unfortunately relatively young from a heart attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he was still alive today,
like
he'd have
years after
probably
the album came out.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if he was still alive today, I can guarantee you he'd have written a single about it. He'd have written a single about an upcoming musician who was a... My favourite track on that album is Billy's Christmas Wish.
No.
A song about a poor young boy who's living under cars because his mum is an alcoholic, and she's living in a bar with a barkeeper who doesn't like him, and his dad's in jail because he shot Mama's boyfriend. Um, and he goes and sits on Santa's knee and tells him this story. And he says that he wants to ride a car up to heaven so he can be with Daddy and Jesus. Um, it's just,
La 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 la.
it's got one of my favourite lines I've ever heard in a song, which was Santa felt for the little boy's pulse, but he knew that Billy was already gone. Just, oh, I mean, I have Mike
Poetry,
Judge.
pure poetry.
Absolutely, I have Mike Judge to thank for putting me onto Red Sovine because
Oh
he did
yeah.
he did a King of the Hill album in the '90s where he got Hank Hill to sing Teddy Bear. And it's just the most incredible thing I've ever heard in my life. Red Sovine, give him a listen this holiday season, my
Yeah,
friends. You will
please
not be
do.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Yep. The music of the late great Red Sovine. So that is box one down. We have one box left to go. I'm going to take a really quick break of a couple of minutes just to swap the boxes round and reframe.
All right.
And we will be back real
In
soon.
a
So
jiffy.
don't touch that dial, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
As soon as my mouse wakes up, there we go. Bye. Hello, hello, and welcome back once again. We are locked and loaded with the final box of this rather wonderful vinyl stream, and I am still, hopefully, joined by His Royal Highness Sir Kurt Swayze. Kurt, how are you doing?
How are you? Am I? Yeah, I'm on.
You're live.
I didn't see like the bar move on the little Discord audio thing at the little audio mixer thing there, so I couldn't tell if I was on or not.
Ah, yeah, no worries. That probably was myself. I hope I get fired for that blunder.
You're fired.
Oh, not again. That's all right. I come back. I always come back. So this is the final box, and I think it comprises mainly vinyls S to Z, all of my film soundtracks, and 12 inches. So little special setup here, and we'll kick things off as we started with The Smiths, and this is the Queen is Dead, which she is. So that's actually now a factual thing. So yeah, there's that. Decent Smiths album. Again, shame about the Morrissey, but can't be helped.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty solid. And I also have to finish off the Smiths sort of section. I also have Louder Than the Bombs, which is their sort of B-side compilation album. It's all their sort of deeper cuts, interesting bits and pieces, extended mixes. It's technically a compilation, but it's not because they were all only ever released as singles. I don't really know what you would call this, because it's unheard previously music that's kind of been just grouped together. I don't know. It's a good album. I quite like it. Oh, now this one was a bit of a random find. I found it in a charity shop, and it was the cover art that did it for me. Unfortunately, I don't think I can show the cover art because it has a naked lady on the front again. I can show the back. It's Spyro Gyra with Morning Dance. That's the back of the album art. It's a really kind of it's got kind of like a Brazilian sound to it, but it's kind of a little bit easy listening, a little bit Brazilian, a little bit poppy. The first side is incredibly fresh. It's like a really crisp sound, and it's very kind of unique. And then the second side kind of falls into a little bit of a more generic patter. But yeah, I found this. It cost me 50p. It was released in 1979. They did 3 albums, and this was really nice. This was a genuinely decent find.
Nice.
If you can look up the front cover at home, it's not an offensive cover. The naked lady isn't like erotic or anything, but unfortunately I can't show it to you because YouTube
is Amstick.
It doesn't understand. So yeah, this one is a personal favourite of mine, and I'm really glad I found it in the wild nonetheless, because again, you don't come across them very often. It's a Strawberry Switchblades title album. They kind of did like goth pop, I think, is the sort of thing. They invented the goth Lolita culture in Japan, or really helped to pioneer it, if nothing else. They were 2 Glaswegians. And yeah, and their sound is very unique. It's like bubblegum pop, but before bubblegum pop. With a slightly goth edge. I really like them. I think they're really solid. And this was Jill and Rose went off to have a solo career where she focused on much more gothy style production work. She did a really, really good solo album. I can't remember what it was called though. Rose McGowan, if you ever get a chance, look up her work. She does some phenomenal kind of experimental electronic work. But they were really, really good. Unfortunately, got embarrassed quite heavily when it was revealed that they had been recording Japanese car commercial jingles to make ends meet. Because their music sounds like Japanese adverts, but with a bit more of a rockier edge. But yeah, solid band.
Nice.
And this is, again, quite hard to find a copy of it. So, my secret shame. Spice Girls by the Spice Girls.
Oh.
So I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
So tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I really want people to understand that this album was decent. Let me begin.
They did write their own music.
They did. And they had quite a bit of a sway on how their image was presented as well, which was quite nice. A lot of girl bands after this didn't get that luxury.
No.
This album is just really solidly crafted. It's positively 90s. It's incredibly poppy. It's a little bit twee, but I kind of like it for that. It doesn't. It's self-aware. It kind of knows what it is, and it's just trying to be the best way of what it can be. And I think that a lot of that kind of self-awareness got lost in the cultural osmosis of this album. But especially listening to it back on vinyl, because they've remixed it and remastered it to suit a record turntable. It's just a really solid album. I have no notes. It's just a genuinely solid piece of work that I think more people should listen to. Although rather disappointingly, it doesn't have a couple of the bigger hits on it, but it does have Wannabe and it does have Two Become One. So if you're that way inclined, there you go.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
That's that one done. Let's not speak too much about
We're
that
not talking
one.
about Kilrays here.
we ain't getting into that one.
No. If we got into Kilroy was here, we'd be here all night.
Yeah, we would. I like Dennis DeYoung, but yeah, if I tell you the album
Paradise Theater is a much better concept album.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If I tell you that this album, that album was cheap, does it make you think more or less of me?
No comment.
Good. Okay. Well, moving on, we have a much better band. They Might Be Giants.
Oh.
And this is their first album, which I really love their first 4 albums. Everything up to Flood. I think it's fantastic. I think the problem I have with They Might Be Giants is they kind of became a bit of an everything band. Like they started doing kids albums, and then they started doing like harder albums and softer albums and educational albums, and then they were doing every TV theme in the early 2000s, and I kind of lost their message a little bit. But like the first 4 albums, especially where they were doing things like setting up hotlines where you could call in and just talk to them, I thought they were very quirky and very interesting. And like I say, everything up to Flood I thought was pretty fantastic. So yeah, and this I think is an original pressing from America. It was an import, but yeah. Next one, hide your children, please. It's God Bless Tiny Tim.
I brought you some flowers, Jill.
My claim to fame is I once was able to play I Never Seen a Straight Banana on stage in the style of Tiny Tim, wearing a full Tiny Tim cosplay to a crowd of literally more than a couple of dozen people. Because I could play the ukulele at the time, and we were doing a vaudeville stage show tribute in Amdram.
And then you just basically did his performance from Blood Harvest.
Basically, I would do purposefully long, awkward pauses because that was how I chose to live my life. This one was actually gifted to me by a actor who was was local to the area. His name was Paul. And he basically said, "Hey, I know that you like strange music, and I was in a charity shop and saw this, and I bought it for you. It was cheap, so just take it." He didn't want anything for it. It plays fantastic. It's an immaculate copy. I don't know how it got to the UK. I don't want to know how it got to the UK. All I know is it's in my collection now, and it's still pretty decent quality. Doesn't have Good Ship Lollipop though, so it does lose some points.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, this is an album that I only keep in my collection to annoy people. Basically, if anybody pisses me off and they are within the vicinity and they want a battle, I put on the Reader's Digest Victory at Sea album. which is basically an hour and a half of marching music played gratuitously loud and painfully annoying. It's just,
Oh,
yeah.
good God.
Oh, yeah. You know, I could be aggressive, I could be loud, but passive aggressive sea shanties seem to do the job better than any words ever could.
You're the battle hymn of the Republic.
I mean, you know, it's going to go well when side one opens with Rule Britannia in full orchestral style, and side two is a sea shanty medley, including What Do We Do with a Drunken Sailor?
Watch TV.
Shave his belly with a rusty razor. One of the most demented albums I have ever found. These are all deep cuts, by the way, I think, so buckle up, guys. This is going to be a trip and a half. One of the most demented albums I've ever found in my life was Hawaii Beach Party by the Waikikis.
Oh.
In the 70s in the UK, and I don't know if this was the case in the US as well, but we went through a bit of a Hawaii movement where in the early 70s everybody was obsessed with like Hawaii as being this paradise on earth and this gorgeous sort of cultural place, and bands really picked up on that, and we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of artists producing really generic instrumental Hawaiian music. The problem is the Waikikis don't seem to have realized that people like Hawaii music because it's calming. These guys wrote the most crack-addled, demented Hawaiian music I've ever heard in my life. Everyone sounds like their heart rate is 190 beats per minute.
The Ramones go Hawaiian.
I would pay good money for that album, and I know you would too. We joke,
You
but
bet
we
your
would
ass
both.
I would.
We would both be there for that album. Would they keep the leather jackets, or would they have Hawaiian shirts, or would they have leather
Hawaiian
jackets
shirts.
with Hawaiian shirt print?
I think that one, the leather jackets with the Hawaiian shirt print.
Songs about Hawaiian pizzas, just Brooklyn by way of Waikiki.
Yeah, we had a period where Hawaiian culture kind of became like big business. I think it was more like when Hawaii became a state in the 50s.
Right. Right.
But not so much like the Hawaiian music, but like became like mainstream. But like the Hawaiian shirts and some of the other like food-based shit and stuff like that.
No, absolutely. Well, this is the thing.
And now Yankovic became famous for wearing Hawaiian shirts and shit.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I've owned a few Hawaiian albums in my time just because I come across them and they have funky covers sometimes. But this one album I just picked up on a whim, and every track gets faster, gets louder, and gets more anxious. It's basically like Anxiety Attack the album. By the final track on side B, you are adamant that someone is going to burst through the door with a knife. That's all I can say. It's that kind of level of. It gives me the willies. That's why I kept it.
Willies. I love willies.
Yes, I like willies. The next one, I'm very disappointed because you guys got the better album art on this one. It's Will Powers, Dancing for Mental Health.
That's a very interesting album.
It is. So it's an interesting one on a few levels. So basically, it's supposed to be the world's first self-help pop album. The idea is all the tracks are kind of poppy electronic things, and they all deal with different themes like shyness in dating, or body positivity, or how smiling can change your outlook on things, or stuff like that. And nobody really knew who the titular Will Powers was until a few years after the album had been and gone, and it turned out that Will Powers was Carly Simon.
Yep.
And that basically she'd roped a load of pop artists in to basically create like a wrecking crew band, including I think Paul Young, Meatloaf, loads of different artists all came in and basically got in on the act that Will Powers was this like mysterious therapist who was curing people's depression one song at a time. On YouTube, there's actually like a We Are the World style promo video for the album where they got all these celebrities in. They got Sting and all this lot just saying, Will Powers has changed my life. Before this, I was a wreck. I couldn't get out of bed. And then the power of Will Powers did it. The big single off that album was "Kissing with Confidence," and I also own that as a 12-inch.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Just a funky little album. A little bit hit and
Yeah,
miss, but
Dancing
when
for
it,
Mental Health just sounds like a video they would do on like Wheel of the Worst on Red Letter Media.
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. I'm imagining like Jackie Stallone. Come on, guys, let's bop away those blues. Do 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 do. So yeah, then we're on to Wax, which any 10cc fans will probably know fairly well. I came to them from Andrew Gold personally. Love this album. The opening title track is called "Right Between the Eyes," and it fucking hits, my friend. It is just power in an album. Power in an album is probably the best way I can describe it. It's positively electric. Every track is just hit, just super consistent. It still blows my mind that Andrew Gold wrote a decent chunk of this album, and then also wrote all of the music for the film Wreck Tumor, a film about a giant radioactive butthole. One of the last things he ever did. Great album, though, do highly recommend. Which then takes us on to my boy. Here he is.
Oh, in 3D.
With the fantastic track "Nature Trail to Hell." I only have 2 Weird Al vinyls. I would really love to get his first album. I only have 2 Weird Al vinyls. I have In 3D, and I also have Dare to Be Stupid.
It's essential.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to get his first album. I would love to get Polka Party. If I could get a hold of that one, I'd be quite happy.
Doesn't Dare to Be Stupid have "I Want a New Duck" on it, right?
Dare to Be Stupid has I Want a New Duck. It has One More Minute. It has Yoda, Like a Surgeon.
Yoda.
George of the Jungle. Girls Just Want to Have Lunch. Cable TV. Hooked on Polkas, which I think is his Rolling Stones compilation. It's the album you want if you want a pre hair down Weird Al album.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have one Wings album.
And it's the Wings album.
Pretty much. I mean, again, Paul McCartney really is just a force to be reckoned with. Like, I've known some people who work themselves to exhaustion, but like Paul McCartney is just bizarre.
Yeah.
Frankly, I don't know what he's been like snorting, eating, or injecting over the last 40, 50 years, but he should have been studied, really.
Yeah.
Because like even everybody who's like met him, let alone worked with him, everybody who's ever met him is just like, the second you talk to him, he's just like, oh yeah, that can be a project. We'll do this. We'll get this going. I'll get this set up on Monday. We'll get this. Like, who hurt you? Breathe. Have a rest.
Yeah, you don't need. You were one of the greatest songwriters who ever lived. You do not need to do much more.
No, and yet he's still here, recording recipes for a cracking lentil soup on Simpsons episodes. Whereas Ringo is out there using Microsoft Paint and taking photos on Instagram of his favorite albums with matching flip-flops.
Peace and love, peace and love.
Peace and love, buy my album, fuck off. Yeah. So this, I think, is the last actual music album I have. I think after this it's film soundtracks and 12 inches. It's a compilation from the Yellow Magic Orchestra. It's called Infinity Multiplies. All of YMO's albums are ridiculously expensive, so I can't buy them because they're all like 80, 90 pounds each, and there's like 3 or 4 good tracks on each album. Yeah. This one was a cheaper one. I think it was 35. And it's basically a compilation of all their best tracks, which is really all I wanted, to be honest. But yeah, it's a rather nice little album, double discer. It covers basically everything, and it's a shame, really, knowing that they'll never release any new music because there's only one of them left now. But
Oh wow.
Yeah. Definitely recommend YMO if you haven't heard of them before. They're really decent. They were basically they were producing electronic music roughly around the same time Kraftwerk started producing electronic music, but they both have very different sounds. Um, Yellow Magic Orchestra is very much grounded in Asian culture and in Japanese sounding music and that kind of stuff, and obviously Kraftwerk are Kraftwerk. But they both kind of
Yeah.
diverted off into very different fields. It's a fascinating listen, honestly, to compare and contrast. This one I only kept a hold of for two reasons. One, because it's actually not a bad little compilation album. It's called Golden Tracks, and it was released with compliments of Tesco, which is a supermarket over here, Cadbury, the chocolate company, and Tai Fu, who make tea. The idea was
Okay.
the idea was it was supposed to be an album that you could enjoy at any time of the day or night, especially if you were enjoying a bar of Cadbury's chocolate and a cup of tea.
At a Tesco's.
At a Tesco's in 1981. It was created specifically for the Queen's Jubilee.
Oh.
So here are the tracks, and this was supposed to commemorate Our Majesty the Queen Elizabeth. Side 1, Rock Around the Clock, Bill Haley. True Love Ways by Buddy Holly. Dedicated to the One I Love by the Mamas and the Papas. If by Telly Savalas. Wandering Star by Lee Marvin. MacArthur Park by Richard Harris. One Day at a Time by Lena Marshall. And What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong. And then side 2
so you
is
got
supposed...
some pretty solid ones.
Yeah, and then side
And you
2...
got MacArthur Park.
Well, yeah, that is true. We'll scratch that one, so it's skipped straight over it. And then side 2 was supposed to be contemporary. So side 1 was supposed to be the then, and side 2 was supposed to be the now, as of 1981. Opens with Virginia Plain by Roxy Music, which is very different to side 1. Then goes into Where Do You Go To, My Lovely by Peter Sarstedt, which is a kind of Amsterdamian story song about a lovely lady who was originally a pauper. Woman in Love by Barbara Streisand. Try to Remember the Way We Were by Gladys Knight and the Pips. A Whiter Shade of Pale by Procol Harum. Albatross by Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, God.
Your Song by
That's
Elton
variety.
John. Oh, yeah. Your Song by Elton John. And it ends with By the Rivers of Babylon by Boney M. And the only other reason I own this vinyl, apart from the fact that it is a strange compilation, is the actual vinyl is solid gold.
Ooh.
A little bit of coloured vinyl in there.
That's just... I don't know if we have a grocery store chain that would do something like that here.
Can you imagine a Walmart...
seeing Kmart or Walmart after 9/11 happened, releasing a compilation album of patriotic songs.
Now the question
and they're all
here,
just
Kurt,
Greenwood's God Bless the USA.
The question is here, Kurt, would it being a double vinyl be more offensive or less offensive?
I don't know. Probably more.
Probably. Well, it was one album for each tower, we gotta...
Yeah.
We have one that's sort of commemorating the time around when it was built, so it's all 30s and 40s kind of dealy bopper tracks, and then ones from the 2000s, just to make it sort of nice and even.
So you get stuff from 1970 when the towers were built, and then you get stuff from 2001.
Yeah, basically.
So you get like David Bowie and Elton John and shit, and then you get Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera.
Perfect.
Yes.
A fitting tribute. And this takes us on to film soundtracks. I have a few.
Yay!
I'll start with probably my favourite one, and I really love this. I can't believe I own this, honestly. I picked it up 15 years ago, again, and the fact that I hold it in my hands is really something. It's Caligula. Side 1 is all classical music, It's a double vinyl. So vinyl 1 is all classical compositions. It's literally just orchestral stuff. Disc 2 is all disco tracks. Um, you can smell the cocaine on this album. Honestly, it's
I would imagine
unbelievable.
so.
Absolutely, and it's a gatefold, but I can't open the gatefold because inside the gatefold is just pictures of the sex scenes from Caligula. Um, so, but yeah, a cracking find. My disc 2, the disco album, is ever so slightly warped as well, which if anything only enhances the experience. This is a 12-inch. It's the theme from Chariots of Fire.
Oh, Vangelis.
So if I ever want to do any
the
slow
Vangelis.
running in my house, I just put this on and do 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 do. I can make a cup of tea really
It's honestly
slowly.
his most overrated piece.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
The stuff he did for Blade Runner was about 1,000 times better.
Completely agree. Completely agree. But you see, the thing is, the film that it was based on was such a British story and so Englishly minded that we as a culture cannot let this song go.
Yeah.
We just
We
can't.
can't either because it gets played at like sporting events a lot here.
Oh damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild. Absolutely wild. But yeah, I got it cheap, so it's in the collection. Not unlike this, which was £10. It's the soundtrack to A Clockwork Orange.
Oh, Wendy Carlos.
I had to fight someone for this. When I
Was it Wendy Carlos?
No, unfortunately, Wendy was unavailable. So basically, I had a friend in university who was a massive Kubrick fan, like obscenely Kubrick. We were both in film school together, so it was like, you had your favourite directors. And I went into the record shop, and it was that one with the weird twisty staircase where you could break your ankles if you stepped on the wrong copy of Disco Duck.
Right.
And we both saw this at the same time. And bear in mind, it's a tiny little shop, and it's crammed to the ceiling with records. We both caught this at the same time for £10, and we both started Chariots of Fire style running towards it to grab it. And just at the last second, I basically managed to do a twist fall, wrapping my arms around him. I sort of twisted and dropped my weight, and then scrambled up, grabbed it, and checked it out there and then. And he was like, "You bastard!"
Nice.
I was like, "Yep, but I'm going to enjoy it more than you. You can have all of the 4K Kubrick box sets you want. This is mine." And it's really good quality copy as well. It's really decent. I break it out occasionally, but yeah, it's a solid entry. Next to my Clockwork Orange, Dirty Dancing. Why not?
Patrick
was my
Swayze.
answer. Absolutely. And I hope you're all having a Patrick Swayze Christmas this year.
I'll tear your throat out and kick you in the ear.
I'm gonna get into a sing song. It's my way or the highway. It's Christmas at my bar.
I need to get the Roadhouse soundtrack.
You know what?
This is all that Jeff Healey music.
Absolutely. It's a good one. It is a good one. But yeah, no. Again,
that was a pretty solid album. A pretty solid soundtrack.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, again, I picked this one up. I think it was at a car boot sale. It was a couple of pounds, and that was it, pretty much. So yeah, it's decent. One that I wasn't expecting to pick up, but ultimately ended up doing, is Ken Russell's Listomania, the soundtrack.
Ooh.
Music arranged by Rick Wakeman, performed by Roger Daltrey and Rick Wakeman.
And if Liam is still with us, he just perks right up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a weird one. The first half is all classical composers again, and then the second half is kind of electronic classic music.
Yeah,
it's a good soundtrack. I quite like it. Any film that has Ringo Starr as the Pope is all right in my book. So, yeah. Probably shouldn't show the back of the album. There is naked people on the back. Ken Russell.
Of course.
a personal favourite of mine, the Halloween 3 soundtrack.
Oh,
From Death Waltz
Chariots of
Records.
Pumpkins.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This one was a fairly recent addition to my collection. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's got everything you could possibly want, really. In one of these, I think it comes with a really nice poster as well. They did release a slightly nicer front cover version a few years back, but I mean, to be honest, it's the same album inside. So
Yeah.
yeah, I love Halloween 3. I have such a soft spot for it, and the soundtrack especially. So
Yeah.
following that up, I also have the Halloween 2018 soundtrack, which entirely composed by John Carpenter.
Yeah.
The film is pretty good, but you know the soundtrack again. You get all the key beats because a lot of it is slightly reimagined versions of the '78 Halloween score, so
Yeah.
it kind of does the job. But yeah, I think it's a gatefold as well. It is a gatefold, one of the most boring gatefolds in history. It's just a picture of Michael Myers that stretches over 2 pages.
Just in case you forgot who the bad guy in Halloween is.
It's Loomis, isn't it?
Yeah.
Much more interesting soundtrack. This came from Waxwork Records. It's the soundtrack to House.
Oh.
Really nice. It's kind of a sunshine, rocky, poppy album with some slight more piano-y numbers thrown in for good measure. Really nice artwork, and the gatefold is positively demented.
Oh. That's cool.
Yeah, really, really solid. So yeah, love that one. Speaking of YMO, we have Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, which was composed by Ryuichi Sakamoto of YMO, and it also had lyrics by David Sylvian of Japan. Just a really nice, moody album. It's the kind of thing you put on a rainy day and get a bit contemplative about. And it's a really solid film as well. I do recommend the film if you haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
So yeah. Classic Tarantino. Bit of Reservoir Dogs. Just great compilation. Can't really knock it, honestly. But yeah, no. Again, it comes with all the sort of key hits. Little Green Bag, Hooked on a Feeling, I Gotcha, Magic Carpet Ride, Coconut. Who doesn't love Coconut?
Henry Nilsson, everybody. Harry Nilsson.
And I think I've got a few. Oh wait, no, I've got a few more soundtracks left. This is not a film soundtrack, but this is something that I covered on the channel not too long ago. It's the Monsters Crash the Pajama Party Spooktacular Spectacular vinyl. It's basically
cool.
It's 90 minutes of surf rock, spooky surf rock, and adverts for old horror films.
Oh.
Like old radio adverts, you know, when they do like the road shows and they'd be like, coming this week, Frankenstein and the Wolfman, only in the auditorium, Pennsylvania. It kind of intercuts like spooky surf rock with those, and it's really cool. It comes with a DVD copy of the Something Weird box set release of it. I really liked it. Thought it was a really groovy little pickup, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that I didn't move in soon enough. Otherwise, I would have been spinning this around Halloween anyway. And the back of the thing is even better as well. It's got like a really cool artwork design and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah.
Next up, the Return of the Jedi soundtrack.
Oh, nice.
I found it at the bottom of a bin. I don't even think they charged me for it. It was 10p or something like that. Like nobody wanted it. Which I don't understand. Who wouldn't want the Ewok song?
It's better than... Well, no, I can't say it's better than the one in the special edition, but the one in the special edition is better than Yub Nub.
Very true. Very true. Let's see which one's on.
Although the Jabba the Hutt scene is... The music in the Jabba the Hutt scene in the special edition is worse than what's in the original version.
So this is a contemporary release. It was from 1983, and it's got a title track called the Ewok Celebration Song and Finale.
Mm.
So your mileage may vary. But
See,
you
I
do
get
get
the
a
good
nice.
Star Wars album. I got the first. I got the first album, the first Star Wars
Oh,
score on vinyl for 20th Century Records.
nice. Cracking.
Yeah.
That's a good little soundtrack to have, in fairness.
Oh no, it's a great soundtrack. Well, I mean, Return of the Jedi is nothing to scoff at, but I think it's just because it's the weakest of the original trilogy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, the next one up is the Rocky 4 soundtrack.
With nothing but Survivor music.
It's all Survivor and James Brown all the way through. And I don't know why, but it looks like somebody cut a picture of Rocky out of the back of my copy, because there's supposed to be a picture there, but there isn't.
Oh, this is
Um,
supposed to be Dolph Lundgren.
could be,
Or maybe
it could
Carl
be,
Weathers.
could be, could be. We could have a secret Carl Weathers fan in my city, but yeah, no, yeah, it's a solid little album. It's great if you want to get a bit energized, you know.
Yeah,
Um, Now I believe you have this one. It's the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack.
I absolutely do. That was
Oh
probably
yeah,
the second album I ever got.
classic.
I started
It's really
collecting
rock
vinyl when
solid.
I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. It's just a solid album, isn't it? As far as compilations go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's the only thing that I feel is a bit of a shame is all of the Ramones tracks are live.
Yeah, the Ramones medley, What's Creek Bop, California Sun, Pinhead, and She's the One.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They sort of group all the Ramones tracks together in one big chunk on the vinyl, and it's all just a live recording that goes one song after the other after the other. It'd been nice to get maybe a few original studio recordings in there, but
I'm not a big fan of the mix of Rock and Roll High School on the album. There's one they did on the Road to Ruin remaster that came out about, I don't know, about 2008 or something like that,
yeah,
that
yeah.
had the Ed Stacia mix on, which is the version that they play when they blow up the high school at the end of the Rock and Roll High School,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
which
I
is,
mean,
I
I'll
think,
be
is a superior version of that one,
no, no.
that song.
I would agree. I would completely agree. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, my guilty pleasure is the PJ Souls version, um, which is just adorable.
Hmm.
You know, especially the actual music, the actual like video they shoot for it in the film itself. It's just so well handled.
Yeah,
It's just great. It's just great
yeah.
fun. My favorite one is Paul Bartel saying, "Well, Ramones, your music may be catchy and incredible and dangerous to mice, but
It's dangerous to mice.
yeah, no, cracking album, cracking album."
Yeah.
Which then now I don't have the Rocky Horror Picture Show on vinyl, but I do have Shock Treatment on vinyl. Which in many ways I think is the greater find. There's only two real Duff tracks on the Shock Treatment album. One is Look What I Did to My Id, and the other one is called Carte Blanche. All the others are just really like high energy bops, and there's even a couple of punky tracks in there that wouldn't have really made Rocky. I really like it, and I found it on a whim. It was just one of those sort of rustling round boxes in record shops, and I suddenly stumbled on it. So I'm really glad I picked it up. And they do a really nice compilation of images from the film on the back of the box as well.
Yeah.
You get to see all the good stuff. But yeah, the next one is a bit of an oddity. I picked it up mainly because it's a pretty solid compilation. So the BBC did a drama in the late 70s, early 80s called The Singing Detective. And it's sort of set in it's like a modern take on a noir film.
Yeah.
But the soundtrack was entirely made up of like recordings from the 20s and 30s. And it's just a really nice compilation of 20s and 30s tracks. Really nicely mastered. It's got things like Peg of My Heart, Don't Fence Me In, Lily Marlene, Dem Bones, Teddy Bear's Picnic, We'll Meet Again by Vera Lynn. It's just a nice
Ooh.
kind of oldies album, but it's really high, really like remastered well. It's very high quality recordings. So I really liked it. I picked it up and I still spin it occasionally to this day. I think it's just a quite nice vibe setter. This one is my prize and joy. I picked this one up in Piccadilly Records in Manchester about 10 years ago. It's the Wicker Man soundtrack.
Oh,
All
good
folk.
one.
Very nice, very solid production. And they cleaned it up, something wonderful. It sounds incredible, especially in a good sound system.
Yeah.
Yeah, can definitely recommend grabbing it if you can. And it's on sexy 180 gram vinyl as well. And it comes with a little booklet that sort of does a bit of behind the scenes on the production of the music specifically, which a lot of the Blu-ray releases of this film kind of miss out on the production of the music. They just kind of say, "Oh yeah," and then the music happened.
Yeah,
Which,
a little bit more complex than that.
yeah, just a smidge, because like the guy who wrote the soundtrack for The Wicker Man basically had to learn all about kind of medieval pagan folk songs and kind of digest them.
Yeah.
Very intensive work, and the Blu-rays generally just go, "Oh yeah," and he did some folk music and it was really good.
Yeah.
That's it. So
Yeah.
yeah. And finishing off the film soundtracks, I think, is the film to end all films, a double vinyl release, gatefold, of Things.
Oh, you had to.
Yeah. If Pippa's still here, she's just left.
Well, there's two people watching.
Well,
So
hey,
she might be watching still.
could well be. Well, if she is, Things. Enjoy.
Thanks.
It's a double vinyl, and I'm going to be honest with you, both of them sound exactly the same. So I don't know. An interesting one, but yeah, I can't show the inlay because it's very gory. It's coloured vinyl as well, which is quite nice. This one's kind of like a little red one.
Oh,
But
that's nice.
yeah. So yeah, so that's the Things one, and now we go into my 12 inches. Careful. So these are literally just like big singles, effectively, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
And kicking things off, we have Bomb Ballerina with Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. It was done in the 80s. It's kind of an 80s cover of the song, but it's like proper high energy, very kind of club scene version. It's odd. I dig it. I dig it. We do have a Christmas Carol album in the mix. This wasn't supposed to be in here. I don't know why it's jumbled this far, but it's Popular Christmas Carols from St. Mary's Church in Warwick. It's literally just choral music. I might actually have a spin of that after this stream because it's particularly festive.
Popular music too.
Oh yeah, all the hits. While Shepherds Watch Their Flocks, Away in a Manger, The First Noel, all the hits. Silent Night, God Rest You Merry Gentlemen, A Little Town of Bethlehem, all the hits. Once in Royal David's City,
Bethlehem.
As with Gladness Men of Old, The Little Drummer Boy, all the hits, you know? This is all of them.
Well, the only time I ever want to hear the Little Drummer Boy is when Bing Crosby did it.
Absolutely. Get a bit of Bowie on that one. I missed another film soundtrack off as well. I must have got these jumbled up at some point. I forgot I had the vinyl copy of Miami Connection.
That's awesome.
Is it a double vinyl or is it an A-side, B-side? It's an A-side, B-side. The A-side is basically Dragon Sound, and the B-side is a live con performance by Dragon Sound from the 2000s.
Oh god.
I
love that movie so damn much.
Oh yeah. I picked it up from Vinegar Syndrome not too long ago. They were having it in their sale, and I was like, you know what? I missed it the first time. I'm not missing it again. So
Also, I love on the cover they just spoil the one great scene when Jim gets Jim gets cut with the sword.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome needed to shift some copies, so yeah. But yeah, no, it's a cracking little one. Like I say, I missed it the first time, but caught the reissue.
Yeah.
Back into compilations. This is Let's Have a Party with Victor Silvestre and his orchestra, featuring the hits Varsity Drag, Waiting for Robert E. Lee, Mambo Jambo, and the Blue Danube.
Oh,
Yeah. But
my
they're all
favorite
kind
party tune.
Oh yeah, let's get a party. Put that Blue Danube on.
Da, 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 crap.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, but you got to imagine these are all done in the swing muzak style, so it'll kind of be a bit more of a da 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 ba da 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 ba da, you know. So. But yeah. That was another one where I picked it up going, this could either go very well or very badly, and I seem to remember it going quite well. Dead or Alive, You Spin Me Right Round Like a Record, Baby.
Yep.
Just the 12-inch. The A-side is the single, but in better fidelity. The B-side is the karaoke version. In case you want to sing along. Then I've got Frankie Goes to Hollywood with Two Tribes.
Oh, that's a good one.
And this is the extended dance mix, so it includes an extended speech from Ronald Reagan at the beginning before they get into the actual,
well, thank you, Mommy. I mean Johnny.
It's quite cool, really, because they mash up the Ronald Reagan speech with dialogue from a BBC, a government-issued nuclear warning program series called Protect and Survive.
One from Threads.
Yeah. So it's like Reagan will be saying, "We must use an integral force," and they'll cut to the Protect and Survive saying, "Go into your bunker and lean down so that we can recover your fillings." It's a really solid and really clean mix as well. On the back as well, all it lists is potential casualties if a nuke dropped in Russia and in America.
Yeah.
So, what a time to be alive.
I'm so glad we don't have to live with the specter of nuclear warfare.
Yeah, thank goodness we put that to bed in the 90s and it's never been mentioned again.
Yep.
Anyway, Kool and the Gang with Ladies' Night.
Oh, what a night.
Yeah. Oh, what a night. Apparently gifted to somebody in 1979 because they wrote on the actual vinyl, Happy Christmas, 20th of the 11th, 79.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what the B-side is, it doesn't say, but yeah, Ladies' Night, if the feeling is right. Tasteful framing there, by the way, as well,
Yeah.
Oh, God. Of course, any record collection is not complete without the 12-inch extended dance mix of the Fat Boys' Wipeout, featuring the Beach Boys.
Oh, the Fat Boys.
If they weren't doing it with Freddie, they were doing it with Mike Love, and I can't tell who was scarier.
Let's never forget the Fat Boys' biggest contribution, the movie Disorderlies.
Perfect. Coming to the channel soon, almost certainly. The next one was Samantha Fox with I Only Want to Be With You, cover of the Dusty Springfield song.
Which was then covered by the Bay City Rollers.
Which was then also covered by Annie Lennox's first band, The Tourists. Yeah. To be honest, Samantha Fox, I don't know whether anybody knows over in the States about Samantha Fox. So she was a adult model in the UK. She used to take photos and things like that, and then ended up getting a music career. She did a fantastic song called Pleasure Zone, which I can't find on vinyl anywhere, but it's just the most incredibly seedy sounding pop song I've ever heard in my life. I need to get a copy of that at some point, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Then I'm missing the sleeve on this one. It got really damaged at some point, but it's Murray Head with One Night in Bangkok.
Makes a hard man humble.
Makes the whole world tumble.
I think that's like the only song from a Broadway musical that ever charted, like in the pop charts.
I think so. I think it's almost certainly up there if it didn't. But yeah, no,
it's an earworm.
Oh yeah, I mean the only problem is the 12-inch mix of it has this bizarre extended break in the middle where they just start playing snatches from the actual like theatrical production, but it's just garbled in with the music, so it just sounds like a bunch of people incoherently like scream singing over the music. So you get this quite cool pop beat, and then it's just distortion for like 2 minutes.
Imagine hearing that in the clubs.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, it's alright, we'll put Frankie back on. He says relax. So here's another Black Lace album. This is the 12-inch of Agadoo. The main reason that I picked this one up is because the B-side actually includes one track off the Blue album, which is the only one I own on vinyl, and it's Supercock, the Superman cover. So I grabbed that because I was like, well, I'm probably never going to own the Blue album because it was only ever released in Spain, so I'll just grab that one instead. So that was that. This one is fantastic. It's from a band called Space Dust, and they did a song called Gin and Tonic. A proper late 80s clubhouse type song. It's incredibly repetitive, but it's kind of got a really earwormy quality to it. I kind of like piano house and kind of clubby housey tracks. Sometimes, even though it's not really reflective in my actual collection, but this is a perfect example of one of those kind of tracks. It's just so catchy, so catchy. So yeah. Is any record collection complete without the lambada?
The Forbidden Dance.
It's all right, Kurt. We shan't do it tonight. YouTube will have us banned.
A dance so popular that Menachem Golan and Urim Globus had to make 2 competing lambada films after the Canon group broke up.
Let's be completely honest, one lambada film just isn't enough. 3 is too many.
I think like one was called Lambada and the other one was called The Forbidden Dance.
Oh god. Well, this one was the successful sort of 70s 80s recover of it, and it's very, very catchy. I quite enjoy it. It's a 3-track version. It comes with the 12-inch version, the 7-inch version, which I don't know what the difference is, quite honestly, because it's the lambada. How do you make a longer version of the lambada? It's the lambada. And an instrumental version of the lambada, which is somehow longer than the 7-inch version, but shorter than the 12-inch version. I don't know. Presented for your approval.
I just did the safety dance S thing.
Fantastic. Good. It's the 12-inch extended club mix because it has the really cool like 2-minute intro. The single version is fine, but the extended club mix is so much cooler, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah. Now this one is a rare one. I don't know how. I'm just going to put it out there. This was a limited edition 12-inch single by a band called Musique, and it's called Push Push in the Bush. I found it in that record shop with the ankle-breaking stairs. It's 8 minutes and 20 seconds. It's a really properly full-blown 70s funk song. And it gets a little bit horny, I'm not going to lie. There's a little bit of eroticism going on in there. It's a little too horny for me, quite frankly, but I keep a hold of it because it was a limited edition. I don't know what that means, honestly. Apparently they had an album called Keep On Jumpin'. Oh, and apparently it's a promo copy. It says it's property of CBS and not for sale.
Oh.
So CBS, if you want
So
your
you're gonna have
promo
to answer to the
copy,
Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS, if you want your copy of Push Push in the Bush, the 8 minutes and 20-second version back, you can have it. This is a weird one, right? I've never seen anything like this. Not in my time of collecting records. It's the only example I have of it. It's a 10-inch record.
Cabaret Night in Paris, number 4.
Yep. Number 4, one of the Cabaret Night in Paris series. I've seen 7-inch records, I've seen 12-inch records, I've never seen a 10-inch record before. My record player doesn't know what to do with this. If I hit start, it starts it about halfway in. I have to manually drop the needle on it, but it's basically just exactly as it describes. Cabaret Night in Paris. It's kind of your type music for about 20 minutes each side. Oh, the extended version of Prince's 1999 includes a double A side with Little Red Corvette.
Ooh.
His Purple Madness strikes again.
Not about cars.
Sex and the Apocalypse. What's not to like?
It's a Prince song. It's gonna be about one thing. It's gonna be about sex.
Pretty much. Speaking of sex, we then have Nina's 99 Red Balloons.
Oh, that's the English version. No, I don't like that one that much.
I do have the German version as a 7-inch single.
Oh, okay. I prefer, even though I don't know what the hell she's singing because I don't speak German, I prefer that one better.
9 des Luftballons.
One Luftballon.
Das ist ein Ballon. It includes a track on the B-side. Oh, right, okay, so the A-side is 99 Red Balloons English. The B-side is 99 Luftballons, so you do get the German version on the B-side.
Oh, cool.
And there's a second track called Ich blieb im Bett. I don't know whether that means I voted Conservative or something. If it is, I apologise, but... it's the Big O once again with a 12-inch of You Got It. Okay. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it.
You got it.
Anything at all, you got it.
You got it. Tom Petty's on that one too.
He is indeed. And the B-side is a cover of Crying. It's a duet between Roy Orbison and K.D. Lang.
Oh.
It's actually pretty solid. So yeah. I can't remember where I got that one from, actually. I thought it was bad enough with the bloody Spice Girls. A 12-inch single of Shaggy, It Wasn't Me.
Oh, that song.
Anybody ever said this is basically the Trump campaign on vinyl, my friends?
Yeah.
Soak it in.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it includes the radio edit, the album version, and the 12-inch vocal only, in case you just want to hear...
I've heard that radio edit so many damn times as a kid.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, the bass is absolutely pumping on this. Like, you put it on a record player with a good bassy set of speakers, and, like, cups are wobbling, my friend. Okay, next up, we have a 12-inch of Tears for Fears, Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
Ooh.
It's decent. It's the extended mix. The problem is there's two extended mixes. One is 9 minutes and the other is 12 minutes, and I cannot find that 12-minute extended cut for the life of me, but the 12-minute version is better than the 9-minute version. Don't ask me how, it just is. It's the way it's mixed and paced, and the whole setup of it is just fundamentally better than the 9-minute version. I've settled for the 9-minute. I want the 12.
I need to get that whole album. Songs from the Big Chair is a great pop album.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Because we're trying, my buddy and I are trying to find a copy of the Steven Wilson mix of that he did. I don't know when he did that, but it sounds amazing.
But yeah, this is it, and it's difficult trying to find stuff like this because there's so many different variants and variations, and international versions vary so much differently. It's a pain in the arse, honestly.
Yeah.
But, we're coming up to the home stretch here, and what better way to get into the final sort of set of vinyl records than by going with the Village People in the Navy.
Now that's a gay anthem, evidently, but not YMCA.
Perfectly heterosexual. Perfectly heterosexual. Do not assume these people are gay.
Especially the cowboy, because I think Randy Johnson or Randy Jackson, whatever his name is, he was very gay.
Now this is just me and the guys at the bar, just having a perfectly nice evening. Nothing foul here, you know. Right, my camera's died. One more second. Yeah, we were doing so well.
Yeah, we were doing so well. We were on a nice little stretch here.
There we go.
We're almost done, so.
We're almost done. We're getting there. And what better way to ring in the season than with Christmas greetings from Perry Como?
Oh, God.
You know what? It's surprisingly warming. It's very seasonal.
Yeah.
It is an album, though.
Yeah.
It's one of those where you put it on and you're like, no, it's nice, and you listen to the first couple of tracks, you say, you see, it's nice, and then by about track 4, you're like, yep, this is Christmas with Perry Como. So, yeah, it's good. I think side 2 is stronger than side 1, but the next ones are a bit of an oddity. They were albums I just found whilst randomly going through a bin. They apparently are sound library tracks. They're called Impact, and there's one called Breakthrough, and I think there's another one called Impact 2, which I don't own. But basically, it's just a collection of sort of library tracks that would appear on TV and film. And it was designed to kind of showcase this newfangled device called stereo.
Oh.
So, like, the opening groove of this record basically says, "You have purchased a studio to stereo remastered album, Impact. Here we're going to be showcasing the latest in stereo technology. If you have a mono hi-fi, please get your phono cartridge upgraded to handle stereo records." And then it just goes straight into the stripper. Because what better way to show off stereo than you know?
Yeah.
The second one is known as Breakthrough, and I also have that one. It's again treated as a sort of introduction to stereo for people who only had mono carts back in the day, but it's got some very interesting kind of instrumentals. TV library tracks. It's stuff that I feel like I could maybe pull and use at some point in some production, because they're all royalty free. It's nobody's reissuing these things, so yeah, I figured they could be quite useful. How many have we got left? Oh yeah, that one will have the high value usage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 records left, Kurt.
All right, we're in rounding third, heading for home here.
Oh yeah. Well, we've been sat here for so long, I think it's probably time I bust out Arlene Phillips' Keep in Shape System, the Stretch and Dance album.
Oh God, for £1.
For £1 British pound. £5.99 back in the day. This was marketed as a way for you to fully plan out a diet plan to help you lose weight. And the idea was that you would play side A in the morning just before you were going to work, and side B in the evening when you got back from work. It would give you a full 25-minute quick workout every day, and you'd sort of work it in tandem with a diet plan that was included in the vinyl sleeve. The main reason I kept it is because if you turn off the left channel, you get a load of really cool kind of pumping 80s instrumental music to help you keep in shape. So if you turn off her instructing you to do lunges and bending, you actually just get the Rocky soundtrack again.
See, like, that never took off here in the States, but exercise tapes took off here in the States.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I think it was because we were all a bit too cheap over here to afford video players. TV was seen as a moral affront to the Queen, so...
Well, you could use those VCRs to watch video nasties.
I know, and we can't have that.
No.
No, not at all. So what's left is a bit odd, honestly. I'm going to be honest with you. So I have
Odd
two
with
records.
you? I never.
I have two records here that were sent to me by Triv. One of which doesn't have any. I've just noticed one of which doesn't have a record in it. It's the Rambo's "Soul
She
in the
just sent you
Family."
yeah,
She just sent me the sleeve.
cover. Yeah.
God damn it! I
What the
trusted her.
hell, Trev?
I hadn't even listened to it, and you already took it away. God damn it!
It was recompense for you burning down the theater.
Oh no, I'll never get to listen to Rambo's "Soul in the Family." Oh dear. Although it does include the track "One Step at a Time, Sweet Jesus," which I like to think there's a comma in there that they just haven't put in. You know, one step at a time. Sweet Jesus. The next one was the Glenn Campbell "Good Time" album.
Oh,
this one was also sent to me by
Glenn Campbell.
I do love me some Glenn Campbell. She didn't include the vinyl on that either.
She's not responding, so I don't know if she's watching.
If she isn't, she's got answers in the next life. That's all I'll say. I would love to get a copy of Southern Nights. That would be my big Glenn Campbell.
I love that. Oh god, I love that song so much.
Oh yeah. I was on a kick on that last year. It was basically every day I had it on in some capacity somewhere. So good. Yeah. So good. And we're on to our last two albums, folks, and I'll save the best till last. The first of the two is Wonderful Children's Songs, sung by John Pertwee and June Whitfield.
They got Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's a couple of years before he became the Doctor, and it's just...
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's just him singing children's songs, and it's actually surprisingly charming. It's really nicely done. His version of Big Rock Candy Mountain is lovely. It's just genuinely quite nice.
I think you told us about that one time.
Yeah. I think I did. I picked this up just on a whim because I was like, John Pertwee singing songs, singing sea shanties when he was in the Navy. I know how this is going to go. I was actually pleasantly surprised. He was actually all right. So yeah, it's a decent one. I like it enough. Also, I've just noticed there's a guy on the back here called James Last, and he's got a very interesting face, but we'll deal with that another day. And the last one was one that Triv sent me that I know the vinyl is here for. And I'm very grateful she did send me this because you can't get it anywhere else. It's the motion picture soundtrack to Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds, yeah.
Just a killer soundtrack. It's got so much good stuff on it. Just every track is a banger, basically. So I have a real soft spot for the film. I love the soundtrack. The only problem is it doesn't have "We Are the Champions" and it doesn't have "Thriller."
Well, you couldn't afford those probably. Those were probably really expensive to license.
Oh yeah, almost certainly. But you know what? I'll stick with "Are You Ready for the Sex Girls" any day. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of a mammoth, nearly 4.5 hour record live stream.
Yep, we did it. We did it all in one night.
One night in heaven, as M people would say.
Yep.
I would go through my singles as well, but I'd like it's just going to be me reading titles because there's no interesting artwork
here.
either.
I kind of want to get off here and watch some football.
I do not blame you. Oh God, what was his name? The football guy, John Madden. I do not blame you, John Madden. Yeah. You're ready for some football, and so am I. So we shall draw this evening to a close. Thank you so much, Kurt, for joining us tonight. It's very much appreciated.
Thanks for having me again. This is fun.
Absolutely. And for the folks at home who would probably like to find you and your regular stuff, what do you do and where can they find you?
Well, I do not have a YouTube channel or a podcast, but I write reviews on Letterboxd.
Absolutely.
I'm also on Blue Sky. If you're on Blue Sky, you can follow me at Swayze of Arabia. And on Blue Sky, I have linked to my Letterboxd account, so if you want, you can follow me there. I just wrote a review about Money Plane.
Oh
with,
yes,
Kelsey Grammer, which is the funniest goddamn thing ever.
I caught that one. It was you really hit the nail on the head with it.
Yeah.
You also do some stuff with Geek Salad as well.
Oh yeah. I just did 2 live streams back to back, and we're working on possibly a third and fourth one with possibly with Triv.
Yeah, fantastic
Doing
stuff.
one of the Riff Tracks Christmas things.
Even better.
So
Fantastic.
yeah,
Bit of
you can find
Christmas.
those over at the Geek Salad YouTube channel.
Astounding
just
stuff.
Like look for Santa Claus Conquers the Martians and Santa Claus.
You know, I only caught Santa Claus myself the other night. That one was pretty wild.
It's so bizarre. We talked about this. It's such a bizarre belief system in Santa Claus, because it's like the devil's in it, and there's like a lot of Jesus-y stuff with it, which I kind of understand, but I don't know if it's just like a Mexican thing, like a Mexican folklore thing.
Yeah. No, it's just all over the place, and
Yeah.
Gonna be honest, not very respectful of people's traditions or cultures.
No.
They go all in on the profiling and stereotyping, but
And yeah.
just a smidge. Well, like I say, thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's been an absolute blast. It honestly has. Go check out Kurt's Letterboxd and make sure to tune in on the Geek Salad stuff. I'm sure you'll find some fantastic stuff. Follow him on Blue Sky. We'll probably be back on Wednesday for the last of the DVDs and Blu-ray streams to tie the last of everything else off. Thank you to everybody who's joined us tonight. There's too many people to really name, but thank you so much everybody who has turned up. It's been very much appreciated. And we will catch you later in the week. So thanks again, and keep watching the skis. Skies.